for schools and diploma teacher training colleges across Kenya, detailing key term dates, holidays and examination schedules. Basic Education Principal Secretary Julius Bitok says the first term will begin on January 5th, 2026 and run for 13 weeks ending on April 2nd. Learners will enjoy a half-term break from February 25th to March 1st before completing the term. A 3-week April holiday will follow, with classes resuming on April 27th for the second term. The second term will last 14 weeks ending on July 31st, 2026 and include a midterm break from June 24th to June 28th. After a 3-week August holiday, the third term will begin on August 24th and conclude on October 23rd. Examinations under the CBC will begin from October 26th to 29th, while the Kenya Pre-Vocational Level Education Assessment will start on November 2nd. Similarly, KCSE will commence on November 2nd and end on November 20th, followed by the December holiday, running until January 1st, 2027. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has slammed opposition leaders for what he says is ill-intentioned against ODM leader Raila Odinga. Speaking in Siaya County during an event to empower Boda Boda operators, Kindiki slammed the opposition for spreading rumors about Odinga's health, insisting that the former Prime Minister is recovering well.
Mheshimiwa Prime Minister Raila Odinga is safe and healthy. I have spoken to him. And those who are wishing him ill are not good people, because it is against the African tradition to wish anybody ill, even your worst enemy. Kwa hivyo sisi nataka niwahakikishia kwamba mzee ako salama. Nimeongea na yeye, anapumzika na amesema tumekaribishwa hapa, na amesema hivi karibuni anakuja nyumbani kukabiliana na wale walikuwa wanauliza ati yako wapi na sijui ni mgongo wapi.
Kindiki defended the unity of President William Ruto, Odinga and other leaders, saying the opposition won't be able to overthrow it in the next general election.
Na yeye wakishikana na Rais Ruto, hao ndio viongozi wetu. Tunawaheshimu. We respect them. We respect Prime Minister Raila Odinga and President Ruto. They are working together. They are leading us and we are following them and we respect them. And make no mistake, the future of Kenya is broad-based. Mimi naona watu wengine wameanza siasa jana, wanaanza kufanya comment hapo na kutuonyesha sijui sarakasi ati vile watashindana na William Ruto na Raila Odinga. Itawezekana? Itawezekana? Ile combination ya Raila Odinga na Mheshimiwa William Ruto wataweza?
And later, speaking in Kuresoi North, Kindiki urged opposition leaders to prepare for the next general election. A similar statement made by Senate Majority Leader Aaron Cheriot.
Na bado hawajaona moto. Saa hii bado kiburi iko inaenda ikipungua, hii kiburi itaisha. Hawajaona fire. Watakutana na fire jameni. Unajua Rais Ruto hajaanza campaign. Bado Rais Ruto hajagurumisha campaign infrastructure. Ile gari yake ya campaign bado hajagurumisha, hajapiga race. Tukiingia kiwanjani ya campaign na kuambia hao wanaume wataona siku mrefu.
Mimi ningependa kuwaambia wale wanajiita sijui opposition disunited, kama nyinyi ndio William Ruto anashindana naye, tutaambia William Ruto na Professor Kindiki wakae nyumbani, sisi tukarangane na nyinyi na tutamalizana na nyinyi asubuhi na mapema.
And finally, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission has successfully reclaimed a prime government parcel of land valued at 35 million Kenya shillings in Bungoma, following a court ruling that declared its acquisition fraudulent and illegal. The half-acre property located in the upscale Milimani area next to Bungoma State Lodge had been unlawfully seized by a private developer who demolished a government house on the site and replaced it with a luxurious multi-million shilling mansionette. In a landmark judgment, Justice Enoch Cherono of the Bungoma Environment and Land Court ruled that all transactions leading to the transfer of the land to Judy Nyekeo were fraudulent, null and void. The court ordered Nyekeo immediate Nyekeo's immediate eviction from the property and directed the Bungoma Land Registrar to cancel all illegal entries related to the parcel. That's the Newswire. I'm Leo Baga, and remember to continue enjoying the EPL marches across our radio stations. That is Berur, Radio Maisha, and right here on SpiceFM.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi. 102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who were initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large the government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't, let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
You have land, Dennis.
Yeah.
Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around. Why? Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
He is himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament. So
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament.
Well, when he said
The government.
yeah, when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo, ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So and we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Must do.
Like now he abandoned, of course, the narrative of Wheelbarrow, Mutu wa Mjengo, Mama Mboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion to service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit, it's itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord. It shouldn't be like that.
I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice. When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Imagine. Good morning. Aya.
Kwaje?
Mimi niko salama.
Good to see you.
I greeted you with so much energy and enthusiasm. Then you just rained on my parade.
How are you?
I said, good morning, Aseto. How are you?
Good morning, Ndu. How are you doing this morning?
Alafu unaniambia, morning.
How are you?
Fine.
Kofiri? Good to see you.
How are you doing?
Fiti wapendeza sana, mashallah.
Mashallah. Asante sana. No.
Sips tea.
Literally does.
Continue.
You guys left me. Good morning. First of all, Mr. Okari, good morning.
Good morning. We left you where?
You guys left me outside there.
Oh. Ndula kona feelings. So first, ukumsalimia.
vile inafaa.
Okay.
She was super excited, greeting you, and then you're like, yeah, what's up?
Pole ndo.
Alafu mkaniacha. Mulianza kuniacha alafu mkakataa kunisalimia vizuri. Kiswahili.
Baby girl.
Yo. Mesikia Kiswahili. How are you this morning, Mr. Okari?
You know it can't come out well in English. You have to say it in Swahili. Yes, you have to say
So
it.
the way I've said
Said
it came out.
How do you say that in English? You guys left me.
Yeah.
Aina punch. Aina oomph.
I like though you guys are just totally ignoring the matter at hand.
No, we are telling you we sympathize, we acknowledge, we accept, we recognize, we apologize,
Princess
we
Ndu,
repent.
Forgive us, Your Highness.
Wow. That's a man who
You want a burnt offering?
Yes.
Okay.
Something must burn.
Something smoky.
Moses.
So Moses.
The honor of the
something
burning
smoky.
bush.
Something smoky.
I only know 3 things that can smoke. So which one? You need to choose.
First of all, can we know the ones you know?
Yeah. First of all, are we just gonna sit here and assume that Okari has not carried a backpack today? Wouldn't that be?
No, yeah, for real.
Guys, it has cables, it has stuff. I didn't have time to even just get my notebook. I just let me carry the bag.
It's sour. That's the politically correct version. So
It's sour.
Nenda simekuja show. Sijahama.
Mtu tayari anasema salimia pedi. Mtu amesema salimia pedi.
Nani pedi sasa?
Wewe sasa.
Mimi ni pedi.
Yes, you.
Unaona sasa?
Umekuja na bag.
And he knows 3 things that smoke. It's okay.
Guys, you know we're on air.
I know.
Hizi masiri tunaongea.
Oh, sorry.
Tutaharibu nyumba.
Okay, don't be angry.
Tutachoma.
Tuko here. We are okay. Good morning, everybody. And here we are getting into things this morning. Everybody is fine as we have registered. Have you seen Lydiah? She's good. She's here.
Isn't she lovely?
Bas. Isn't she beautiful? Hey, Lydiah, they're even singing for you. Telling you the world is ending today.
I know.
Mambo vipi lakini? Uko salama. Our live streams are up, guys. YouTube, Facebook, X, and also our audience is here on KTN, and it's Tuesday. Welcome to Tuesday. It's the 14th of October. Boss, we're already in the middle of October, and October is saying, guys, I'll be gone till November. Literally, that's what's going on, and here we are getting into it this morning, and we're going to have a number of conversations. Let me let you know what those will be, and then we'll look into a problem for today, and then into the headlines, and then kaende. Sindo? All right. It's Tuesday. County Mashinani, that was happening last week with the senators. They went to Busia County, and some people declared Busia County a war crime.
A crime scene.
Crime scene, not war zone. Wow.
It's heading there.
Yeah. They said things are bad. And it's interesting because no sooner than had they declared things were bad, then senators were dancing in the governor's house.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe after the reggae played the blues. The
blues.
So I don't know. That's what was happening in Busia.
What was that?
You didn't see them dancing?
No.
You don't know
what?
You don't know that song?
Okay, which one should we explain to you first?
You sang that in school or whatever, kindergarten or what?
Okay.
So.
Okay, don't make me feel dumb. Just says, what was that?
No, it's a song. It's a song.
Oh, okay.
You don't know the song?
No.
Okay, I'll play it for you later.
Yeah.
Please do.
I'll put it on a CD.
What is it called?
And you can put it in your bag.
What is it called? Sounds Nigerian from what you...
It is.
It's Nigerian.
The reggae play the blues. The blues. Okay. I'll send it to you in just a minute.
Which world do I live in?
Yeah, for real. Okay. So the point of that whole story was to let you know that the senator for the Republic of Kenya in the county of Busia is one Okoh Mtata. He'll join us at 7 o'clock and we'll have a conversation around a number of things. Of course, County Mashinani went down there. The senator is trying to get a couple of things sorted out, and it turns out that exactly is what is happening. And so we'll take a national outlook and a political stock take, but we'll also take a look at what's been happening in Busia. Sawa. So the good senator joins us at 7 o'clock. City ni numbers, a look at political reorganization expected ahead of 2027. The former member of parliament for Nyeri Town is Gunjiri Wambogo. He said a number of things. He's been, swirling around circles. So let's talk with him at 8. And so that's the conversation that we will have at 7 and at 8 o'clock today. And then we'll have a final conversation at 9 a.m. Yeah, I'll let you know what that is as well. So that's what it looks like today. And those are the conversations that we'll be getting into. Already glad that you have joined us in the room this morning. And even as we get into things, karibuni sana for joining us always as you do. And so, and as we have these conversations, great that you join us. And remember that wherever it is you're tuned in from, happy to have you here. Our audience on KTN is here, and those who are tuned in around the nation, region, and the world, this is a Situation Room. Dennis Aseto, Okoh, and Dennis Okari with you this morning, getting into conversations necessary for us to have and great for us to be plugged in. Sasa, you took us to Liberia.
Yes, and Liberia, let's just talk about their cuisine. Popular dishes include jollof rice.
Even Liberia is jollof rice?
Yeah, they have jollof rice.
Why that thing is so common, Aji?
They have cassava.
You know, I wanted to say something, but let me just...
Just say.
Nigeria jollof
No
is the best.
jollof rice beats Nigerian.
You said it, man.
Okay. But if you go to Liberia, they would say theirs is the best.
Yeah, they can say.
Okay.
You know, you can't say anything.
So, they also have cassava leaf stew.
Okay.
They equally have pepper soup and fufu. Similarities.
Okay, fufu generally is from cassava.
Yeah. So they do fufu, the cassava, then they use the leaves to make stew.
It would appear so.
Yeah.
What combination is that?
It's a vegetable now. It's like how people use pumpkin leaves. Don't you guys use pumpkin leaves to cook? Yeah.
Malenge.
It's not pumpkin.
It is.
Malenge is pumpkin.
Don't you use the leaves?
The leaves, yeah.
As a veggie.
It's actually really sweet.
As a vegetable, Abby. It's more or less the same thing, Abby. Yeah. But you know, there's a kind of cassava. There's a kind of cassava you can't eat because it has a high level of cyanide. So you have to know which one. Anyway, I digress.
Yeah.
Sorry, sir.
So their national motto is "The love of liberty brought us here." That is their national motto. But let's go to the proverb, which most of us can relate to. Words are like eggs. When they drop, they break. Words are like eggs. When they drop, they break. Let's just circle back, as Okari would say. Peleke ruto takataka.
Oh. Yeah.
Rings a bell.
That was interesting. Did you see how things happened very quickly for our guy?
Yeah.
So I'm trying to imagine when an egg. Have you tried to gather up a raw egg that's fallen?
How?
It's impossible.
Yeah.
Well, you could try, but you'll never have the egg
it's
back.
all over the place.
Yeah. So it's all over the place. You can try to gather up some of it, maybe put it in a bowl, but you never have it back intact the way it was pre-break. So I guess more or less we need to have our brain to mouth filter function.
Yeah.
Because once you've spoken some words, you can't get them back. If they're words spoken in love, then absolutely great. But if then they're words that would bring a level of destruction or hurt or pain, you can't take them back. You know how people say, oh, well, you hurt me. Oh, so I take it back. Well, you can't really. It's already out there. I don't know. So I guess a word of caution for us to be careful how we speak to others.
You know, like I always say, Proverbs for me remind me of a lot of scriptures. There's something David once said, my tongue is like the pen of a ready writer. So when you say something, you can't unsay it.
Yeah.
So words have the power to cause death or bring life. Words have power to create hate or peace. Cause someone to be angry or hopeful. Build faith. They're like seeds. So there's seeds that will then germinate immediately. There's seeds that will germinate in the future. That's what words do. So you can use words. And I love that proverb because it's one of my favorite things I like to meditate about, just thinking of words. Is like, words are like missionaries. So when you speak, you're sending them out on a mission to accomplish something. And words are not waste. And the reason why we can have a conversation as human beings and dogs can't is because there's something that's special beyond using our mouths to eat and to just speak. Words have power. Is like an experiment I once saw. think on YouTube, where there was this person who had a plant, 2 plants actually. So the first plant, he kept speaking words of affirmation to this plant. A plant doesn't, you'd assume plants don't have ears. I don't know whether that experiment is true, but it was a very powerful analogy where he kept affirming this plant, saying, you are beautiful, you'll grow, you'll be fruitful, you'll be this, you're blessed, you're this, you're that. Then the other plant, it was just pure curses. You're good for nothing. You will never amount to anything. You will never grow. You will never have seed. You will never have fruit and whatnot. Then weeks later, that plant started withering. And the plant that was having this daily affirmation started growing and actually blossomed. Whether it's true or not, that experiment, the fact is, if you constantly say negative things to someone, it changes them. But if you keep telling, even with kids, you keep telling kids, you are beautiful, you're handsome, you're smart, you're a genius, you're this, they grow to be confident. But every time, unatandika viboko, you're good for nothing. Wewe ni kama baba yako. Wow. And I don't know why it's always like, did you understand what I just said?
I did.
You're like your father. Slippers on the bum.
But
Hit
one
the
must
kids.
also ask, if you're like your father, you hooked up with him, didn't you? But anyway, that could be a whole other conversation.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I can go on and on and on, but I love the proverb. So that's generally my interpretation.
I just saw a comment from Isaac Ali, and it's just it's a psalm that says, "May the words of my mouth and the meditations of my heart be acceptable unto you, acceptable unto God, but also acceptable unto each other."
Each other.
Yeah.
I'll not interpret it. I think it's out there.
Up on Tuko. Fantastic. All right, people tuned in this morning. So somebody was asking, are live stream? Yes, live streams are up, guys. If you've asked that question here, it means you're here. And so you're accessing it because you're actually on the live stream. So thanks for joining us this morning, everybody. As you do, let's say a quick hello to everybody who's tuned in today. And yes, it is indeed. We are looking into it today. And very good morning. Don Sabwa, good morning to you. Ndu, yes. Ask Okari and Aseto. Now it's 2 of you.
Oh, okay.
Is the merging and engulfing of parties by wheelbarrow an indication of countering the famous Gen Z uprising? For 20 marks, split them amongst yourselves.
Well, they're not saying so, but I think so.
Seems so.
All right. There's your answer. Don Sabo says good morning. Preston, UK is where Rahim Tula Omar, you went back. So you're no longer in Nairobi. You've gone back, it would appear. Well, hope that you had a good time while you were here in Kenya and you get back into it, back to the grind. Jimmy Gakio is tuning in this morning. Rose Gray says good morning, and Dennis times 2. Mukwaje tuko salama. Mungu azidi kuwalinda. Amen. And blessings to you, my sister. Desmond Otis is tuned in from the lakeside of Wuhanya Beach. Achieng Ndu Amosi.
Ber Ahinya. Just say that.
Ber Ahinya. Robert Tobogo. Okari, why are you looking at me?
I'm beginning to understand Lu.
Well, I mean, I've been told to say something, I've said it.
Okay. One day you'll say something.
There was a day here on this show. I did not know what I was saying. Boss, I said.
The person put you into trouble.
In fact, it was just on this Bill Gates internet, and I just read it. It was terrible. Nowadays, you hear me, I'm very cautious.
What did you say?
I cannot repeat it because I was told what it actually was. I cannot repeat.
Okay.
My Lord. Josh really says good morning. Robert Ubogo is tuned in from Mombasa. Yvesh Musanga is tuned in from Victoria Falls in Zimbabwe. Good morning to you. Christopher Ogore says good morning, tuned in from Maseno. Sarah Kilonzo says good morning, Spice. We are here again to hear what's happening in my beloved motherland. Where are you, Sarah? Let us know where you're tuned in from this morning, or going into the night, or into the rest of the day. Peter Kamau is tuning from Utawala in Embakasi East, waving at you, brother. Peter Kiare says good morning from Mombasa. We've just been given hope, not because we paid for it, but because Jesus did, and the payment was more than enough indeed. Leo says good morning, Princess Undu. Good morning to you. Dennis and Aseto, corruption aside, who has the mandate to ensure safety and refill of quarry during an excavation of stones? Well, usually, when you dig a quarry, you actually are supposed to ensure that it's still safe to move around. You should, because the point of a quarry is that you're excavating, so you've removed, so there's nothing for you to put back. But you must actually leave the area safe. You must leave signage and stuff so that people don't go near it. Isakale says, good morning, Spices. As you sip your coffee, scroll your feed, always remember that if your Wi-Fi is slow or your tomatoes are expensive, it's all part of the transformation agenda. All right. Atieno says, bonjour, mes amours, tuned in from Nairobi. Cole Kipkeno says, good morning, tuned in from Kericho. Kindly grease the hinges of the studio door. It squeaks a lot. Which door?
Okay. Maybe they meant the...
I don't know, but it's not the door, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Joe Mangai says, prospective leaders are expected to outline their plans. Okay, good morning. Indeed, they are. Eric Orr says, good morning, guys. Hisa Daniel says, hey, Spice, good morning. My prince is tuned in this morning. Last Sunday, President donated 50 million shillings to a church. This is more than 2 years of his annual salary. Sindio? Samuel Murera says, good morning, beautiful people. Kenya needs an overhaul. Did Olekina say we don't need educated police officers? Even that mean grade of a D is not necessary. We are cooked, it would appear. Benedito is tuned in. Ndu and Dennis squared. Now that the driver for Kibra MP has been punished, what about the MP who instructed the driver? That's a very good question. Mel Boer, knock knock. For the first time, Mel Boer has said more than knock knock. So where are the Starehe IVC registration offices? That's a good question. Where? I visited the first 3 Jana and gave up. Is this confusion intentional? Well, that's a good question. Folks are trying to register, and in the area they're not able to find one, and they've been to 3 locations, can't find one. Perhaps we need to talk to Aluta and let us know what's going on. Harun Wamkoya says, good morning from Nairobi. Lillian Mungare is tuned in from Kikambala. Riaya says, says, good morning, people. Najma Chaudhry is tuned in. We have no sound. Maybe you need to check on your side, Najma. Isakale says, Salimia Pedi. We did. Michael Mboji says, good morning, tuned in from Mweiga in Nyeri. The trio is lit. Hey, good morning. David Mangera says, good morning, nice people. Simon Kiburu is tuned in from Mombasa. And Job Otieno says, D&D. Do we really have a loan as a country? That's a good question. Festus Mulu says, good morning from Machakos. Moiseo. Bwangi Juma's tuned in, everybody. And he's asking everybody, how are you doing?
Salama.
Very good. Ree Bishanga says, good morning. Who is chewing next to the mic? People are hearing things. The door opening. People are chewing. Are you guys sure you're tuning here? Lewis, we see you. Good morning. Moramut said to you, bro. Dritamamu says, good morning from Kambu. How do you guys have great conversations today? And I'll be meetings till 9. Isa, cancel your meetings. Boy, did I say that out loud? Thomas Omosa says, always waiting for the big conversation. Jay is tuned in. Christina says, good morning. Mama Jay says, good morning. Great job yesterday, Asante Sana. The 2 Dennises were on fire. Christina, good morning. Always multitasking. Earbuds in the situation room, but when I get emotional, they ask what's wrong. You're good, Christina. It's okay. You went back, Rahim Sula. We see you. Hi, John. Good morning. Owen Emolu says, mad love from Boito. Okay, may you do a show around the country so we get to meet you. Lydia, they said we should go around the country. Sprinkle your magic dust. Make it happen. Sindo, Ufisari peleka kwa Ruto. That's what Peter said. All right. Kimathi Nkrumah McConnell says, good morning. Big up yourself and Ubuntu. Jeffrey Nicholas says, good morning, Spice family. Thomas Osoro says, good morning, guys. Good to see you again. Thank you so much for being here. Hey, Spice, and good morning. Leta Matiangi Atupange. Trevor Hill, we see you. Thomas George Onyango says, good morning from Mombasa. And Julia Song says, good morning, Ndu, Aseto, and Dennis. Always a pleasure tuning into Spice. Thank you, everyone, for doing it like you do. Great to have you in the room every day. And as we get into these conversations, it's fantastic. Somebody put a comment yesterday on X and said that we essentially asked the opposition to spill the beans and tell us what their plan is, and that we have now given President Ruto and his crew leakage. I was like, okay. Well, if you don't have a plan, there's a problem. I don't know if that's true, but all right. That was interesting to read. Let's look into the headlines, shall we? On the front page of Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard. Another experiment, and there's a picture there of the CS Treasury, John Mbadi. Another mirage. President William Ruto's newest youth empowerment drive, the 5 billion shilling Nyota Fund, is drawing fire from economists and politicians who say it mirrors past flops like the Hustler Fund. By the way, you guys, what happened to the Hustler Fund?
Si iko bado?
Iko wapi?
Iko. I tried to register nini ilikataa.
They don't want to give you 500 bucks?
No.
I'm so sorry.
Nitaka tu 500 tu.
Only?
Only
Sure.
500.
Yeah.
Tunaweza changa kusite. No.
No, I was trying to see if it works.
Oh, si ati unahitaji fedha.
No.
So based off your trial, it's not working.
Well, I did everything and it didn't work. Yeah.
Okay.
Have you tried?
Like
I tried as well.
Oh, it didn't work?
It didn't work.
Oh.
I think wanatujua.
So this is simple research. In a room where 3 people are, at least two.
At least 2 people.
Have you tried?
No.
Okay.
Please do. Before end of this show, you will tell us whether you've succeeded.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll try.
Okay.
Critics argue that the plan risks adding to Kenya's ballooning debt while offering meagre, unsustainable grants of 50,000 shillings to a few. Analysts warn that without solid policy reform, Nyota may shine briefly, then fade like its predecessors. Name them. How many are they? My goodness. So we're looking at 5 billion shillings sourced from the World Bank, which according to the government will support 100,000 young people across the country. So how do you choose? Who are these 100,000? Do they make an application? If they do, why can't they just use the Youth Enterprise Fund, the Women's Fund, Uwezo Fund, Hustler Fund? Should I continue? There's so many. This Nyota one, why are you putting it? Boost the other ones that you have and make it happen. But what do I know? Amount that the World Bank has agreed to advance the country for the entire program is 13.6 billion shillings. I hazard a guess that it's possible that 13.6 billion shillings may not get to everybody, but shh. 50,000 shillings is the amount of each micro or small entrepreneur beneficiary will get. And so that's what the Nyota Fund looks like. But we're going to look into it. Is it another experiment? Or is it a slapstick thing to talk about where the money might go and it actually doesn't go there? That's the question. In other headlines in the Standard, schools struggle financially as KCSE exams kick off this week. Ministry moots new plan to end detention of student certificates. What were the reasons why people's certificates were held in the past? Well, let's look at the new plan to stop that nonsense. Lecturers reject pay offer, demand compliance with new agreement. Just in case you were wondering, the lecturers are still on strike and learning in public universities is not happening. And they're saying, okay, that's nice. How about y'all go back and try again? And then perhaps we'll have a conversation. But for now, we are doing what? We are not boarding. TSC begins preparations for 2025 teacher education assessments. That's happening in 2025 in October. Today's the 14th, just in case anybody didn't know. That we're already well into the month of October. All right, looking at other headlines in the Standard. Quickly before we come and look into some of these stories. Opposition chiefs warn of Ruto's growing divide and rule tactics. Moi's decision to work with Ruto shakes Rift Valley and national politics. Shakes? In what way? You can shake. Like James Bond used to say, I'll have a martini shaken, not stirred. So is it shaking things and not stirring them up? That's a good question, eh?
Yeah.
NHIF was better. Kenyans hit Shah over service gaps in the latest delivery. And there's a man we've not seen for a while, Senator Ledama Olekina. Senators debate bill on county finance oversight. Waiguru supporters tell Gachagua, respect women. I can't even remember. What did he say? Apparently he said something that's got everybody having their knickers in a twist.
To about Kirinyaga County.
Yeah.
And all the women went out.
Hey, proper.
Yes.
Even Rosabuyu came out and said, no, can't talk like that about people. So apparently he's gotten something that's, stirred the hornet's nest. Or somebody's got to be in their bonnet over what he said. All right.
Yeah, so let's go to the Daily Nation. And there's a story of the incident that happened at State House now. Alarm as several security breaches have rocked the president's official residence, including the killing of an intruder in 2017. Now, Kithuka Kimunyi was loitering around State House, Nairobi yesterday when he drew an arrow and shot General Service Unit Officer Ramadan Matanka to death. It emerged the two were known to each other. What was the reason for this deadly fallout between apparent bosom buddies outside Kenya's premier address?
Bow and arrow, like Robin Hood.
Yes. Shot a police officer. Apparently they knew each other and the officer died. Begs a lot of questions in terms of protective gear for
Did he
police
mean to shoot
officers.
his friend or somebody else? Just asking.
Yeah. Now, MP's think tank warns against higher taxes. Parliament budget experts have asked the National Treasury to stop burdening Kenyans with extra taxes, arguing that past increase have not yielded the projected revenues. The Parliamentary Budget Office says new taxes have stoked widespread public apathy and led to poor revenue collection. What are we talking about? 342 billion shillings, the amount by which the government missed revenue targets in the past 2 years. So you increase taxes, but what happens? You fail to reach the desired goal, fail to hit the targets. And now the committee pretty much tells Treasury, don't increase taxes. Now, elections, only 20,000 of projected 6 million new voters listed. Remember, our EBC is targeting 6.3 million new voters, but so far only 20,000 have registered. The Electoral Commission has lamented about low turnout among the targeted youth registration at Duma centres, and in 290 constituencies was intended to ramp up listing of the Gen Z. There's a question that we've been asked, just where exactly is IEBC in terms of registration? Because remember, the lady said she had gone to 3 different locations but no IEBC offices. Now, education, varsity crisis deepens after collapse of Dawn's pay talks. Talks to resolve the month-long lecturers' strike have ended in a stalemate. The unions walked out after the government failed to commit to pay their members 7.9 billion shillings outstanding arrears. Now, how Gachagua party growing influence has stirred Mount Kenya. Now, a fierce political battle is brewing in the region as former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua moves to consolidate the voting bloc under his new party. Yesterday, Rigathi Gachagua was saying the way he's committed to ensuring that the mountain moves as a block. That's where he ended up asking one Kirinyaga governor, Waiguru, to stop dividing the mountain, join the bandwagon. Akasema, nyinyi ni wajinga kiasi gani? I think that's what started the conversation now that other people are saying you need to respect women. Okari, uko na nini?
I was trying my hustler again.
And
it worked finally. So this Nyota thing apparently is clustered with hustler funds.
Also, you've seen, are you applying for Nyota while in the hustler fund?
No, I tried for Nyota. It told me
for your age bracket.
Not even age. So when you go to the Nini, it gives you, okay, which one do you want? Do you want hustler fund or Nyota? So when I clicked on Nyota, I just want to see how it's going to work. So they tell you select a track, terms and conditions, no more. I select a track. Selecting
Track as in
a track, I think an option or something. So the options are business support, recognition of prior learning on job experience. So business support. Once I do that, it tells me, thank you for your interest in the business support track. The application window is now closed. We will notify you when the next phase opens. It's closed.
So when you get the next...
open?
I have no clue what's going on.
So when you get the next tranche of 5 billion is when you'll apply?
I will be notified.
Okay.
Yeah, but when I tried the Hustler Fund, finally, I think either wametusikiza. I've been told, dear customer, your loan limit is 100 bob. Borrow and repay on time.
Have you applied for
it? I'm eligible to only 100 shillings.
Out all your needs. Sort out everything.
No, I'm serious, guys.
Remember,
100 shillings. Borrow and repay on time to grow your limits.
Remember, you're supposed to start a business with it. That was the sole purpose.
And
not
save
to sort
from
out
it
your issues.
also.
So when you get 100 bob, there is a little that will be deducted to go into your savings. So you'll not get 100, you'll get a little bit less, 80 something.
87.
Oh,
So 13 bob, you can imagine you're well on your way to savings, my friend.
Yeah.
13 whole shillings. You start saving with that money. Alafu chukua 87 bob. Ununue sijui njugu.
Yeah, you start small.
Start selling. Start
So you
small,
don't
my
get
friend.
the whole amount, huh?
No. We care about your future. So we want you to save some money. And we can see that you're well on your way, my friend. So borrow that 100 shillings. You stay with 87.
So what is this? So I'm saying my hustler rating, option 1, 2, personal loan, bridge loan, savings, hustler groups.
Nini?
Groups is
These are all different options. Like
So you can borrow with other people now.
the other people. So if you belong in like a SACCO or something, like boda guys
Sasa yako
coming together.
ilikataliwa, mtu hajajaribu, what do you do? Okay, we'll form a group
Yeah,
at the end
let's
of the
form a
show.
group
Then we
first.
see how this thing works.
Yeah.
So for now, I say personal loan. Let me see what's going to happen.
Tukwe watano.
Request loan.
There's a Lydiah hapo na. Maybe Joy Lydiah.
My loan limit is 100 shillings for
Sasa
a period
unachukua hiyo
of 14
100
days.
bob.
That's the only thing he's giving me.
So take the 100 bob then.
100 shillings for a period of 14 days at an interest rate of 8% per year.
So you'll...
So 8% per year. Okay. And you're supposed to pay it within
14 days.
14 days. I need to pay this 100 within 14 days.
So fanya haraka bana. They can change their mind.
Okay, 100. Okay. I've done 100. Oh my God. 95 shillings has been sent to your M-Pesa.
Yeah.
So your savings...
Yeah.
It's in savings. Can you imagine now you can actually say, I have 5 shillings waiting somewhere for me to start something. How many people are in that position this morning, Mr. Okari?
Oh my God. No, let me cancel. Stuck in my Deni.
And that savings, it accrues interest of how much again?
I don't know.
8% per year.
Of the savings?
No. I'm talking about the savings.
I have no clue. It's the first time I'm trying this. I needed to see how this thing is working. I thought the minimum is 500.
Shock on you.
Anyway, let me go to the headlines. I'll go back to this later.
That's a good experiment.
It was great fun.
So the Star, Matiang'i 2027, ethnic factor hiccup in race for top post. So ex-CS's ambitions constrained by brutal political arithmetic. So they have a story there of how the numbers could be a stumbling block in Matiang'i's bid for president in 2027. So even the prime CS position that we initially thought it could give him is being eyed by Gachagua in the event his impeachment cases hold and he regains the leeway to hold public office. This is a quote from some of the people who've been asked to give their views about Matiang'i. So despite being endorsed by Jubilee as its presidential candidate, Matiang'i finds his ambitions constrained by a brutal political arithmetic. Okay, so there's another story here. Counties that doctored budget to hide wage bill. I'll get into a bit of detail on this one. TB survivors want faster and simpler treatment. Did you know it takes 18 to 20 painful months to treat TB?
It's a seriously drug-resistant disease. It really does a number on your body. It's very stubborn, and you have to keep going. So folks who get tired of taking it, they drop off, and then come back, and then the infection just becomes more virulent, and it's really a thing.
So survivors are actually asking for fast and simpler treatment because the long journey is marked by relentless medication, like you said, the routines and the effects, such as hearing loss, mental distress, and stigma. So this has caused a growing number to call for alternative solutions to the current draining treatment regimen. Court frees worker jailed for running over his boss. So there's a mine worker who had been jailed for 25 years for killing his supervisor by running over him with an excavator. So we are having people being shot with arrows. People are being run over. What's going on?
There's a lot of anger in the city.
What am I jam? So AU campaigns beckon a seat held by Kenyan declared vacant. So Kenya could be back to the strenuous AU campaign next year after the African Union Commission declared 3 seats, one held by a Kenyan, vacant. So the Commission's latest note dated October 3rd opened the nomination process for election of 3 new members to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, set to take place during the 48th ordinary session of the Executive Council in February next year. So among those whose terms are expiring is Kenya's representative Lydiah Musimi Ogana, who is eligible for re-election. Yes, so the other countries that are also eyeing this, so we'll wait and see what happens. Now, let me read this story here. Counties fiddle with budgets to hide ballooning wage bill. So despite cooking books, some devolved units still exceeded 35% limit. Control of Budget Margaret Nyakang has revealed that at least 16 counties are engaging in fraudulent budgeting to hide actual expenditure on employee compensation. So the COB said counties are deliberately underreporting staff-related expenses by declaring misleading compensation for periods shorter than the full financial year. Only 8 counties complied with the law and did not exceed the legal threshold for wages. Some counties, I quote, are becoming clever. By engaging in fraudulent budgeting, they're deliberately not requisitioning salaries for a month or 2, so that by the end of the year, they report spending for fewer months. The unpaid salaries for 1 or 2 months are then reported in the subsequent financial year, creating the illusion of compliance with fiscal regulations. Nyakango also explained that this deceptive trend began in the last financial year as counties sought to appear compliant with the law that caps spending on employee compensation at 35% of total revenues. Despite manipulation, some counties still exceeded the 35% limit. In the last financial year, the controller flagged 16 counties. These include Bungoma, Narok, Turkana, Bomet, Kilifi, Kisumu, Machakos, Makueni, Mandera, Marsabit, Meru, Muranga, Nyandarua, Tharaka Nithi, and Mombasa. And they are notorious. Nyakango said Bungoma and Narok failed to disclose their spending on compensation of in simple watu ni wakora. Let me not go any further with this story. Watu ni wakora. They are finding ways of manipulating books, cooking books. And the amounts we're talking about here that are being disclosed, these amounts will just blow your head.
As you hear,
counties are spending 4.6 billion, 5.9 billion, 7 billion, 4.89 billion, 5 billion respectively. Marsabit wage bill stood at 43%, Meru 42%. Uni wage bill.
And it's supposed to be capped at 35 and below.
Yes. Okay. Overall, the report is showing that employee compensation consumed 47% of total county spending.
Okay. You see the things that you're saying?
Yeah.
And that the CAB, of course, she's the one who's supposed to approve spending of the consolidated fund.
Yes.
That office is supposed to do that. So she has agreed, go ahead, spend the money, but then we're not able to see what it goes to. And that in what space is it okay for you to decline to share reports on your expenditure and your audits? In what world is that okay? Now, understand that as you operate like this, these are the same circles that the president on Sunday said, we are going to be first world. You see these things?
Yeah.
This is what you want to use to become first world. This.
Yeah.
Hi, Singapore.
And we're creating other funds here. In total, 47 counties spent 220 billion. Not on development, not education, not health, on salaries and wages and allowances. You know what, guys? I love the concept of devolved units, but let's be honest. Because we're not honest with ourselves, we got back to 8 provinces. We just go back.
Let's look at 220 billion against their budget allocation that they always ask for is around 400.
It's about 400. It's 380 billion.
Yeah, so let's say 385. So you're using...
They wanted 420. It was rejected. Okay, yeah, right. Mm-hmm.
So now look at 100 billion that you have across all the counties for development, but you've squandered
50% of it.
More than 50%, actually. If you're getting 300, it's more than 50% to pay salaries. What are we doing?
It's ridiculous. And there are people who've never reported to some of these county offices from the first governor.
Yeah.
But they're on a payroll. And because you just can't fire, they keep earning money. But then you're also inflating and cooking books so that you are going above 35%. Others are reporting 47%. How do you have that in your budget?
Then you're telling me that we want to be Singapore tomorrow. Yeah. You're telling me that Kenya will be Singapore tomorrow with this kind of forest behavior. Even the forest is organized, for goodness sake.
You know why that will be difficult? My last story here, very briefly. Kenyans are borrowing 110 million every minute.
From that thing you tried to do now that it gave you 100 bob?
Yeah. No, via Fuliza.
Wow.
Oh.
Can I repeat this again? Kenyans are borrowed 110 million every minute via Fuliza, Safaricom's overdraft facility in 2024, as they fought a tough economy characterized by the high cost of living amid depressed earnings. So data from Safaricom's sustainability report unveiled early last week shows that the number of people relying on the loan facility during the period under review rose by 100,000 to 7.5 million.
My
Lord.
Lord.
From 7.4. Yes, this is serious. This is basically, it's a Fuliza economy.
What?
Kenyans are relying on costly loans for food, paying bills, using this. So this number has risen from 100,000 to 7.5 million.
Boss.
Up from 7.4 million the previous year. With majority spending the money on basic household items. Kununua maziwa, kununua mkate, kununua sukari, kununua mafuta na chumvi. According to the report, 4.07 million transactions were made in the review period from 2.37 million, translating to an average 186 transactions per minute. So the last 1 minute, 186 transactions have already happened.
They've happened and they're completed as accepted, positive. So we're not even looking at the ones that have been denied.
Yes.
These are the ones that have gone through for which
Yes.
people are getting money. It's ridiculous.
Tukumea hapo kwa sasa.
You know, 110 million. You said a minute.
Yes, a minute. Every minute.
Now do that in an hour.
I see you, Singapore.
6.6 billion
Mm-hmm.
in an hour.
Singapore.
And South Korea.
Yeah, just in the horizon. But please tell us the story of Robin Hood.
Yo. 6.6 billion shillings in an hour.
6.6 billion shillings. That's what people are borrowing
in an hour.
You've reduced people to doing this.
Yeah.
On this other side,
You're spending-
juxtapose this to the other story of counties.
Spending
220
billion on salaries.
You're saying this thing of devolution is working?
To the State House.
Please tupeleke kwa gate.
Tuende kwa gate ya State House. Official records show that Kithuka Kimunyi was loitering around State House, Nairobi yesterday when he shot General Service Unit Officer Ramadan Hamisi Matanka with an arrow on the left side of his chest. But hours after Matanka's death, multiple police sources with access to CCTV footage that captured the incident said that Kimunyi and Matanka may have been well acquainted. Now, for 17 minutes, 56-year-old Kimunyi and Matanka were deep in conversation at the screening area of State House Gate D, an entrance usually reserved for the president's designated staff and visitors. Clad in a grey trouser and Maasai shuka across his upper body, Kimunyi strolled into security booth at Gate D at 7:58 a.m. holding a gunny bag with assorted items. That only security personnel, staff and the president's invited guests are allowed to get that close to any State House entrance is among the factors investigators have considered in putting together a theory that Kimunyi may have been well known to Matanka and possibly other guards at the gate. CCTV footage reviewed by investigators may not reveal the subject of the 17-minute exchange between Kimunyi and Matanka, but corroborates a critical theory at this stage of the murder probe. The two may have been bosom buddies who either fell out on account of the conversation or a deal gone sour. Those are the two key theories investigators are following, as the footage and preliminary scrutiny of Matanka's mobile phone indicates that he has in the past met Kimunyi at the different State House entrances. The two usually met at the gate Matanka was assigned to. Now, at 8:10 a.m., Kimunyi whipped out a bow and arrow from a sack he was carrying and went for the left side of Matanka's chest with force and precision. Whether by luck or design, Kimunyi's strike was at the moment that no other security personnel could intervene. The other two GSU officers manning the gate were searching a car. The CCTV footage shows Matanka falling to the ground, writhing in pain, and his colleagues rushing to aid him. Now, he was rushed to Kenyatta National Hospital. He succumbed to the injury while being attended to at the hospital's emergency bay. Just like that, the GSU Company G, which was deployed to guard State House entrance barely 3 months ago, lost a team member, and Hassan Dabie Matianka lost his only child. So this man showed up at State House Gate
with a bow and arrow.
With a bow and arrow in a gunny bag. Had a conversation for 17 minutes with this officer, and after the 17 minutes, this guy whipped out a bow and arrow, shot the officer, dead.
Are you able to just walk up to State House Gate and just have a conversation with somebody if you're not uniformed off? Are you able to do that?
If
Can you just
if
go?
you're trying to access Gate D, first of all, as you're entering, there is a barrier. There are two big barriers that are there before you start getting to the gate. So by the time you access the gate, officers have already seen you come because it's quite a distance. So you can imagine.
And he's carrying a bag large enough to carry a bow and arrow. How big is a bow and arrow from what I know, the bow is pretty big.
Because they also had the Masai Shuka, so one would assume the bow had been covered with the Masai Shuka. But that notwithstanding, by the time he was getting there with the gunny bag, the first thing one would assume security officers would do is to assess contents of...
This is my question.
No, but guys, if going with the CCTV footage, because the detectives are still trying to establish motive, going by what you've just said, if the CCTV footage is showing these two having a conversation, it's not like the first time.
The first time, yeah.
And they're saying the officer was not even apprehensive when this gentleman was approaching. You know how you'd expect, you're carrying a bag, you're coming close to a sensitive area like this one to the gate. They will all be like, hey, Simama Kombali Kwanza.
Or is it because he was his friend?
Yeah, ordinarily you will not walk. And the way they're putting it, it's like these two people knew each other.
So that's why there was no cause of alarm for the other security officers who were at the area.
They knew him very, very well. You know, it's like when you get into the gates of offices here, the guards will, of course, know you and know me, so you can have a conversation. Does anyone else know that, okay, this is the day that somebody has this kind of plan? But what I'm wondering, they never fired a single shot, actually.
Nope. Even after he had shot him.
Because after shooting the arrow, the guy started running.
Yeah. They didn't try to waylay him. They didn't try.
Yeah, because even based off the report, it said that when they went through the officer's mobile phone, they found out that these guys had been communicating before, and they had actually met before in different other gates within State House. So he's a person who was well known to these officers.
To these other guys.
So pretty much he was not an alarm or a threat to the officers at the time.
Unfortunate situation.
Yeah.
All right. The Senator Okoh Mtata will be in the hot seat. It's 7:01. Good morning.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
This is the news wire. I'm Leo Ubaga. Governors have been asked to address the challenges being faced in the health sector in various counties, urging them to stop blaming the national government for their shortcomings. Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale has urged governors to take responsibility to resolve the frequent strikes and save the lives of citizens who are dying due to lack of health services.
So if some counties don't want to fix their health sector, then you don't blame us. Solve your leadership. And the maternal mortality rate in that county is very high. We have evidence. So when you're a leader, don't live in denial.
Duale's statement comes after KMPDU held a protest in Kiambu County denouncing the county government's move to ignore the agreement that triggered the doctor strike that has lasted for 4 months now. KMPDU has cited Kiambu Governor Kimani Wamatangi's neglect as a crux of the protest, saying doctors will continue to paralyze health services until they are heard.
That you gave a 1-year notice, let it be known. Let it be known that that wasn't enough. We decided to pursue what is called mediation. Ile tunaambia keti pale sisi tuketi hapa na nyingine tuzungumze tukubaliane. Let it be known that Kiambu County government walisusia, walikataa kukuja kwa meza, wakasema wao ndio ndume, they have power.
And in this regard, Kiambu County Ward representatives have said that today's protest was sponsored by MPs who are tarnishing the image of Governor Wamatangi. The recruitment exercise for the Kenya Defence Forces enters its second day today. The registration will take place in Bungoma, Busia, Elgeyo Marakwet, Garissa, Homa Bay, Kajiado, Kericho, Kiambu, Kilifi, Kitui, Kwale, Laikipia, and Lamu counties, among others. The exercise, which kicked off on Monday, has attracted hundreds of young people, with those who qualify being encouraged to come forward. Lieutenant General Wycliffe Baraza, who is the task force commander in Marsabit County, has urged young people to come out in large numbers, saying the exercise will be conducted in a free and fair manner.
Leo Wakenya wengi wamejitokeza hapa kuhudhuria zoezi la leo la usajili wa wale tunaita candidates ambao watajiunga na jeshi. Na jambo la pili ni kuwajulisha kwamba KDF recruitment ni open na ni free kwa Wakenya wote na wale ambao wanahitimu. Kuna watu wengi ambao walikuwa wana dhamira ya kujiunga na vikosi vya jeshi na wamekuja tukaendelea nao vizuri, na kwa sasa zoezi linaendelea vizuri sana.
Defense Cabinet Secretary Soipan Tuya, while launching the event, warned security officers were soliciting bribes from Kenyans to join KDF, vowing to take legal action against them.
KDF recruitment is open, the KDF recruitment is transparent, and any attempts to influence the process by any party involved, be it parents, guardians, or candidates, will result in automatic disqualification and subsequent prosecution. The integrity of the process is therefore non-negotiable. Let me reiterate once again that recruitment into the KDF is free of charge. We do not ask for bribes, we do not take bribes, and we do not give bribes. Anyone doing any of these things is a criminal and should be treated as such.
That's the news wire. I'm Leo Baga, and remember to continue enjoying the EPL matches across our radio stations. That is Berur, Radio Maisha, and right here on SpiceFM.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who were initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large the government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell you, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't, let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting, people went there, sat, listened, looked at him, there was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
You have land, Dennis. Yeah. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around.
Yeah,
Why? Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning at 7 minutes after 7 o'clock, and welcome to the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this Tuesday morning. And it's the 14th of October, slam in the middle of the month, a few days, or rather a day to that. Today is the day when you'll be told whether you're going to pay more for fuel or not. We'll know what that's going to look like in a few hours, give or take. And we'll have those conversations, of course, as we go around that. All right, we're coming into a conversation this morning. We're going to take a political outlook into things. Maybe they're going to change a little bit. Maybe they're not. And our guest is already in the hot seat this morning. The Senator of the Republic of Kenya for the county of Busia is one Okoh Mtata, and he's here with us this morning. Senator, good morning.
Morning.
How are you doing?
Very fine.
Fine?
Yeah.
You've made it back from Busia.
Yes.
It was a busy week.
It was.
We'll get to know a little bit about that. But even as you're back from Busia, Dennis Aseto is back from Monrovia in Liberia, and he has a word or two.
Yeah, so we are in Liberia now, a country that was founded in 1822 by freed slaves from the United States under the American Colonization Society. Now, it declared independence on July 26, 1847, making it Africa's first independent republic. When we talk about Monrovia, it was named after a U.S. former president And if you look at even their flag, it resembles the American flag. But let's go to the proverb. Words are like eggs. When they drop, they break. Words are like eggs. When they drop, they break. How would you interpret that?
Yeah, I think it's a question of controlling one's tongue. That you have to be responsible when you are talking. If you become reckless with your words, they're likely to boomerang on you. So I think the care with which you handle eggs is the care with which you are supposed to handle your words. Yeah, that's how I would look at it. But in this world, at times you look at people and you go to the marketplace and you look around, you find some people are selling stones, some are selling eggs, some are selling tomatoes, some are selling whatever. And each one has got its own culture. The culture of a person selling stones is very different from the culture of a person selling eggs. And that's how it goes in this world.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Very. The culture of a person selling stones is different from the culture of a person selling eggs. Okay. Some notes to be made out of that one.
I know.
Right. So, as we get into this conversation, Senator, thanks again for joining us today. And we're looking into where there seems to be political tides changing, or if the tide is rising or stepping back in terms of what is happening in the country and not necessarily what is going to happen. I think sometimes we run the risk of looking to an election without remembering that there's so many things that are happening in the country at the same time and in the meantime. And to take an outlook over all of this at the moment, whereby, things like Senate machinani is happening, county machinani is going on, where questions are being asked about spend, where things are popping up left, right, and center. We're taking an outlook on this and, really trying to continue to find our true north and pointing ourselves in the direction in which we ought to go. So as we get off onto this, just to hear your thoughts, first of all, as we start to dig into this, that how do things look at the moment? The last time we had a conversation with you, you said, there's certain things that we must do. Are you making progress on the political landscape, or does it still look a bit dodgy?
I think we're not making much progress because the political landscape is captive to personal ambitions and no credible national agenda. If you look at the president, what he's doing is about self-preservation. It's not about moving the country forward. You can see like the headline on the Standard today, where you're talking about this Nyota fund. This kind of recklessness will not help this country move forward. When you look at the opposition sides, they're basically stuck with the way out. Nobody's addressing the way forward. So the way out, of course, is Ruto must go. That's the way out. The bare minimum is that you have to get rid of Ruto. But the way forward is not being addressed. And I hope that in the coming days, we shall see a bit more investment into the way forward. What do we need to do after Ruto so as to get this country moving forward and not stagnating or going back into the same hole? So we need to make a distinction between the way out and the way forward. But if you look at the discourse, mainly from the united opposition so far, is they are stuck with the way out. They think that getting rid of Ruto is a silver bullet that will solve the problems of this country. It is not. It's an opportunity to start. And that opportunity can either turn into a nightmare, or it can turn into a dream being fulfilled. Or it can just so we must avoid a stillbirth. So we have had so many stillbirths in this country because we have tended to think that we have got messianic individuals who can come and be the Messiah and deliver us. For me, there's no Messiah. The law and an agenda will be the Messiah. So we need to craft an agenda behind which we can rally and push for the Kenya we deserve. That Kenya that is clearly defined in the national anthem with a roadmap in the constitution to that destination. So we need to get serious about that and get to work.
You think it's a unified position? You say Ruto must go. Is that a unified position from anybody who may be on the other side of the divide?
Well, those who support Ruto, it's not. For those who think that this country needs to move forward, including myself, is that Ruto is really a millstone around the neck of this republic. We cannot move forward with Ruto. We can only stagnate or go or decay. There are two ways of movement. There's decay and growth. With Ruto, we entertain decay. There's no growth with Ruto. So to get rid of Ruto is to stop the decay. But then to grow, stopping decay does not mean that you are automatically growing. And that's what we need to crack. How do we get ahead and then grow? So that when you talk of opposition unity, it's not about uniting behind an individual. It should be about uniting behind an agenda for this country. And that way it doesn't matter which individual you drive the agenda. But if you go to begin uniting against individuals, you begin either saying, I'm older than so and so, so I'm more entitled. I have sacrificed so many times. I've had this kind of career. I've had this, I've done that. And then you lose it. We lose it. So for me, I'm really keen to see the opposition move from the way out to begin debating the way forward. How do we move forward? And it's very important, even for those who believe in scripture. Nobody witnessed the resurrection. When Christ rose, when these people arrived, they were told, Christ is risen, go, you'll meet in Galilee. He did not stand around the grave saying, okay, here I am, I've risen. Here I am, these are the clothes where you were wrapped me. So we need to do the similar thing. We need where do we mean? Where is the Galilee for us? Yeah, so that when we get rid of Ruto, we have a clear roadmap. I think we are old enough to remember when President Kibaki came into power with an unbogable revolution. And then you had meetings that were titled, some were called the Nairobi we want, the Kenya we want. Kibaki already had power, but he had no agenda. So he had to go back and begin saying the Kenya we want. And truth be told, for me, Kibaki failed dismally because he had a united country behind him. The only thing that because he allowed the technocrats to run the country, he was sort of more a bit of a good manager, but he did absolutely nothing to transform the country.
What are you talking about? Everybody touts President Kibaki as the person who essentially stopped borrowing to a certain degree, that he set certain infrastructure projects in place that are still there till today. There was fiscal independence and there was fiscal accountability and responsibility under Kibaki. It's still touted to today.
But you got things like Anglo-leasing happening under Kibaki. You have the return of tribalism. He was voted in on an untribal ticket. He brought back tribalism. So there are a few things that happened. For Kibaki, it's like if you have been in a cave and somebody lights a candle, that's the brightest light you have ever seen. But if you have been in a house lit like this house lit by electricity, a candle is not light. So Kibaki held a candle to us. But this country needs real electricity. He needed a really transformative leader to transform this country. He did much better than his predecessors. So compared to Moi, of course, he did very well. Compared to Jomo Kenyatta the first, he did very well. But where the country needed to be, in terms of fixing the social fabric, he performed dismally. He still embraced tribalism. He still embraced cronyism. Although he retreated a bit and allowed technocrats to operate. And the technocrats began delivering. That one I have to give him some kudos for. He worked against the handout culture. He tried to say, okay, if you want money, go to the bank, stop looking for money from politicians. He tried that. But he did not do anything seriously transformative. Disobedience of court orders still continued under Mwai Kibaki. All these things that we complain about, the vices we complain about, still continued under him. He never came out to crack on anything. To crack so that he could really be the transformative leader that says from here now, there's a new trajectory for this country. So he tried to manage the mess, but not to transform the country. He tried management, but not transformation. He was not a transformative leader. He was a fairly good transactional leader, but not a transformative leader. And so we need to begin debating and seeing how do we get a transformative leader who can begin doing things that really transform this country from A to B.
And Senator, even as Ndu jumps in with a question, I'm just curious. I've been meaning to ask. I know we'll go into the details of this conversation, the Kenya we want, the Kenya we deserve. But earlier you also said it doesn't matter the individual. As we're talking about the united opposition, everybody is fronting themselves. Your name has been fronted so many times. And I've been meaning to ask, are you stepping up? Because if people are then saying, okay, look, we know the Kenya we deserve. We know the Kenya that we want. We know the type of leader we want. We want somebody of integrity. We want somebody who is not corrupt. And if you look at the individuals, and the argument then can come out, if you look at all these individuals yesterday, we're being told, look, the same people who are in government have just jumped ship. They're now the opposition. Those who were in opposition now have jumped. They're now part of a broad-based government. So you have a united government and you have a united opposition. But at the center, there are individuals and there are people whose names are being floated around. Your name, there is former Chief Justice Emeritus Maraga. And did you say Matiang'i?
Okay, he's on the other side.
Matiang'i is in the united opposition and it's been in government. Where are you in this conversation? Where do you see yourself in this conversation?
I think the conversation should distinguish between the vehicle and the driver. Matiang'i, Enani, Maraga, and myself could be good drivers. But we are not more important than the vehicle. And the vehicle is the agenda. What must we do? What needs to be done to move this country forward? Okay. That's why I believe that we must seriously craft the agenda, get the vehicle, then the driver becomes secondary. If we go to look for a messiah, I'm not that messiah. I cannot claim to be a messiah. But if we have to go and look for a proper project and we agree that we are going to implement this constitution, and implementing the constitution means doing A, B, C, D, not just as a cut phrase that we're implementing the constitution or the rule of law, we go down and break down and say, okay, what does implementing the constitution mean in terms of addressing poverty? What does it mean to implement the constitution in terms of addressing poverty? What does it mean in terms of the elections? What do you need to do when you talk of implementing the constitution in terms of the elections? When you talk of implementing the constitution, what does it mean in terms of the future generations? What kind of plans do you have for the future generations? What are you doing today to ensure that the future generations will enjoy their lives in this country, will have secure lives? In implementing the constitution, how do you control public money? How do you ensure separation of powers? The three powers being the power of money, the purse, the power of the executive, and the power of the judiciary. How do you separate these powers of adjudication, of execution, and of money-raising measures? So once we agree with those things, like for me, one of the things that we must agree upon is we must slay the imperial presidency. And the imperial presidency is basically having executive power, an individual control executive power, and control money. You get an emperor, not a president. And right now, if you look at it right from the colonial governor who was basically imperial, we have never had the true separation of power whereby the chief executive does not control the purse. Jomo Kenyatta controlled both money and power. Arap Moi controlled both money and power. Mwai Kibaki controlled both money and power. Uhuru Kenyatta controlled both money and power. William Ruto is controlling both money and power. And that is what to me, that's where the original sin is. That parliament, which is supposed to control the money, then becomes a lapdog. Because the members of parliament can make a budget, but the budget is no longer a tool for redistribution and development, redistribution of wealth and development of the country. What is the tool for redistribution of wealth and the whatever they call development today is proximity to power. You need a close relationship to the executive for you to achieve anything in your area. In fact, the other day, President Ruto put it very well when he talked in Ukambani. telling Kalonzo that look at your brother Raila. Raila has acquiesced. Raila has joined the bandwagon. Nyanza is saying stuff. Join the bandwagon, you will see stuff.
Kambani.
Yeah, you saw the other day. So I think we need to slay that, so that if we take the money away from the president, put it in an independent treasury, controlled by parliament through the budgeting process, then you'll find that the country will sober up, the country will begin paying attention to their MPs. The MPs will have a lot of power, whereby it's my fellow MP who will help me access development in my area. So they will negotiate during the budget process. Scratch my back, I scratch your back. And the president will perpetually lobby parliament to approve his appointments, to approve his budgets. And that negotiation now will allow the country to be governed through reason. But today, the way matters stand, it's the whims of the president. Today, if the president was to appear in Busia, we have got 7 members of parliament and 1 women rep who sit in the National Assembly where the budget is done. You'll find all these people stand on whenever each one of them is given a chance to talk, they'll be asking for things to be done in their constituencies, to be done by the president. They forget that they had passed a budget in parliament, which the president has ignored, and now they have to make a mini budget, which the president, like a grant maker, will be able now to provide. And as they say, power, you cannot approach power standing straight. But the position to approach power is to bow.
But Senator, one would argue that the budget-making process, you look at the powers given to the August House, the National Assembly, they're the ones pretty much who go around the country collecting all these views and even passing that budget. The powers belong to the National Assembly. And when you say that the president is controlling the money, one would say that it is Parliament that has ceded its power and allowed itself to be controlled by the executive. Isn't that the case?
There was an element of that, and that happened under President Mwai Kibaki. That's when I say President Kibaki was not transformative. That particular thing was codified under him, President Mwai Kibaki, and that is Section 11 of the Public Finance Management Act. When they operationalized Article 225, Clause 1 of the Constitution, which requires Parliament by an act of which requires the Treasury to be established by an act of Parliament, they went ahead and they decided to use that as a section within the Public Finance Management Act to achieve that, and they defined the Treasury as the Minister for Finance, the PS for Finance, and the departments. To me, that one was a cardinal sin, because when you get the Minister for Finance, who is appointed by the President, you get the PS Finance, who is appointed by the President. Both serve under the pleasure of the President. The President becomes the Treasurer. Another thing, you'll find that when you look at Article 225, Clause 1, the Treasury is not imagined as a ministry within the national government. First of all, the Treasury is supposed to serve 48 governments equally, the national government and the 47 devolved governments. Statements like what the president likes saying, that I have sent money to counties, are statements that are...
It's not your function.
That demonstrate that there is total lack of understanding of the Constitution. It's supposed to be an independent institution serving all these governments.
Is it a lack of understanding, Senator? I'm sorry to interrupt. Is it a lack of understanding as to what the Treasury is supposed to do, or is it what we see as a brutal display of, being upfront about how they're a brutal display of control?
Well, it could be control, but I'm more comfortable looking at it as a failure to understand, so that I can give some benefit of doubt.
Okay, go ahead.
To whoever is doing it. And this has happened under Uhuru, it has happened under Ruto, it happened under Mwai Kibaki. In fact, I said it was caused under Mwai Kibaki. Because when the Constitution came in, it was a big opportunity for President Kibaki to transform this country by implementing that Constitution. He didn't do much. He allowed the old culture to continue to the new system. Even the elections were still handled within the the old mold. And remember the confusion that came about in 2013, whereby even had to go to the Supreme Court to determine who was the winner. Yeah. So it's because President Kibaki did not take action to implement that constitution, which he sort of with the President Raila, the Prime Minister Raila Odinga, helped midwife and they deliver. So when you get the treasury the way it is now, as a ministry of the national government, you already undermine devolution. You destroy devolution. Because then devolution, the devolved units are dependent on the leftovers of the national government. Now, and then the other thing is that the power, what you have just said, Parliament has the power to make the budget. But the power to make the budget is only meaningful if you control the money. Yes. But you can make the budget, but if the money is already with the executive will ignore you. And that's what they do. They ignore you and do what they want. And even in the borrowing of money, you see like this 13 billion here that I'm seeing on the standard, that the World Bank is lending, which is under part of the trap whereby the World Bank and the IMF use the debt trap to control countries. So there's a debt trap here. They are giving money to Kenya, to West. Then Kenya gets indebted. Then Kenya gets controlled. So when you get things like this happening, and the law is very clear that any borrowing should be in the budget, and you find money like this being brought in from outside the budget, they are building up what you call the odious debts that are killing us. And that's why we are saying this kind of loaning will also have to be dealt with, so that the World Bank and Ruto will have to sit somewhere and deal with this debt.
So can I ask you a question then on this? Because if we're saying that there's a development agenda, and then also looking at, fiscal responsibility, and not all of those things make part of the budget making process, which is currently ongoing. What you're saying that then is, if a program such as this that has come up from I don't know where, it should have been in the budget.
Should have been in the budget.
So when Badi read the budget in July, for the next year, this Nyota program should have been in the budget.
Should have been in the budget.
And now that it clearly wasn't, we also know that you can borrow for development, or you can borrow to meet a budget shortfall, but not longer than 90 days. So that money should not fill a budget shortfall beyond 90 days, right? Those are the only two instances that the Constitution allows the country to borrow. Now, in this case, 13.6 billion shillings for this program. If it is not in the budget, to whom then will you be accountable for these funds of 13.6 billion when the time comes for you to answer any questions of audit?
I think this decision to operate outside the law is a major problem. And so when it comes there, I think for me, it is a question, this is a subject for rejection. When it comes to accountability for this money, President Ruto will have to account for this money personally.
To whom?
To the people of Kenya. And that's Article 226, Clause 5. It's very clear. If you are in public office, either as a politician or as a civil servant, and you misuse your powers, or you use public resources. By the way, these are public resources because it is defined as a loan. You use public resources contrary to the law. You are liable whether you are in office or not. So these are the kind of things that Naruto will have to answer for. Where did this money go to? And we will have to even get the World Bank to come and say, when you are giving this money, you knew there was a law in Kenya saying that any money must go through the budget. So how do you, under what circumstances did you overthrow the Constitution of Kenya? Then you want to come back and bind the people of Kenya. If you disregard our laws, how do you bind us? After you have acted outside the law with the individuals for whatever reasons we are doing it.
So then is it impunity? Is it just impunity, or is it a lack of comprehension of what the law then requires of you?
I think it's impunity for me in the sense that because you have an Attorney General who understands the law, you have got all these advisors who understand the law, and everybody else, as we say, ignorance is no defense. So it is impunity because the law is the script is very clear. It's very simple. That's Article 220 of the Constitution. It's very clear on how you borrow, how budgets have to be done. So this kind of exposure of 13 billion is just falling into the trap that the West sets for countries to be able to keep countries under a leash. If we avoided these kind of things, this country would be very rich and it would be very far. And this is the kind of debates that we need to have beyond just saying Ruto must go. These are the kind of things we have to debate and address as if we want to be a genuine opposition that is not seeking power for selfish ends, but seeking to take power for purposes of advancing the interests of the country. Then we must address these kind of things.
But on top, how do let's just fast forward. I'm just trying to imagine we're waking up on a day where let's assume Ruto is not the president. So you start going back to all this borrowing, and you're saying, according to our constitution, he's liable, and Kenyans can actually put him to account. How? What mechanisms? Because if you're talking about either money that has been stolen, the odious debt, for example, and this person is out of power, because what we have seen a lot of times is, and I'll give an example of what we've seen with governors through Senate. You will find, okay, fine, this governor has been accused, there's money that has been lost from the county. Then the next thing is it will be an impeachment. Then after that impeachment, the person is out of office. So it almost feels like that's the end game. You are hounded out of office, but then it ends there, apart from one or two where we've seen cases publicly. Obado is just one case. But even with Obado's case, for example, the settlement from the properties and the amounts that allegedly has been stolen, you can't quantify them. You can't put them on a balance. If Ruto is not president, and we are going back to all these figures and all the other monies, how do you put him to account?
I think there's been no attempt to implement Article 226 Clause 5 as read with Article 40 Clause 6. Article 40 Clause 6 says that the rights to property do not extend to property that has been illegally acquired. And Article 226 Clause 5 says that we are responsible, where we are liable for any losses made as a result of our decisions, whether as politicians or as civil servants. When you read those two articles together, it is so clear how to recover this money. What is happening is that you have got compromised law enforcement in terms of culture of patronage and stuff like that. If you got leadership that really wants to rule by the law, and that's why I said when we talk of implementing the Constitution, what do we mean? In this case, when you talk of implementing the Constitution against the question of these odious debts and pilferage and theft of public assets, what do we need to do? It's a question of not negotiating. It's a question of recovering all the assets. If you saw the way KICC was recovered through an executive order, that's the kind of stuff you need to see happening here, whereby this stuff is recovered. You have had ADC lands. ADC lands have been grabbed. We know these lands have been grabbed. Like if you go to Kitale, a lot of grabbing has taken place. We have got papers and we've got a record of these lands. You need an executive order recovering these things. Let them go to court and do whatever it is. But let the land be recovered and returned to the state.
But they don't, and I think that's
that's why we need a political culture that is changed. So that once we have a vehicle saying that these are the things we are going to do, then we say who is the best driver for this vehicle. Who has got the guts to pull through this vehicle that we have? So what I'm trying to plead with people is that let us invest some time in crafting and thinking through the Kenya we want, what we need to do with agriculture, what do we need to do in agriculture. Are we going to continue with the culture of saying that if we are subsidizing fertilizer, the government procures the fertilizer, the government warehouses the fertilizer, the government distributes the fertilizer? Or are you going to be smart and say, okay, if we are going to give subsidies, we are going to give a voucher. So you go to your nearest store and you pay part in cash and you pay part in the voucher, and you go and the government does not incur the costs of acquiring, storing, transporting, distributing, and even bringing in fake material, because the market itself will not allow fake stuff. The traders will have a name to protect. So it will be cheaper on the government, it will be more efficient, and you get a proper product. So are you thinking through that way? So that if it is subsidy, we subsidize in a smart manner than trying to do all these things that are open to abuse and stuff like that. So when we come to these illicit funds, all this money that are being thrown around, we'll need to have the courage of the law. We need the leadership that has got the courage of the law to be able to implement the law as is without looking over the shoulder.
How far? How far? Okay, this is deep in the sense that, and I'll give an example, especially when it touches presidents, because we've seen a run around with governors who are like mini presidents in their counties, and it's been difficult. And we've seen how tedious the process is, even through the Senate. And then the easy route is going to court, again, get court orders, and the cases then drag on. When did Obado's case start? It started, what, 4 years ago,
Yeah,
5 years
4 years
ago?
ago, actually, yeah.
Around that time. So you have an ongoing case until people are so drained. An example is 2021, Pandora Papers were released. The president was out of the country at the time, Uhuru Kenyatta. Now, what the leaks revealed, this is the head of state, what the leaks revealed is that the president and his family had offshore entities, and this is linked to 11 offshore companies and foundations. These are not monies that are in the country. These are monies that are in Panama, in British Virgin Islands, and other secrecy jurisdiction. We know of conversations where a lot of the politicians are not even investing these monies in Kenya. They're investing this money in Dubai and other countries, and hiding money in offshore accounts. So we keep seeing this, and it almost feels like there's a way people have become smart to create avenues of, you're going to steal so much that the day you are arrested, you will use either a quarter of it. You budget. It's budgeted corruption. You budget even how much you're going to bribe. You know what I'm talking about. So my question is, for this person who's driving this bus, let's assume you're waking up to the new Kenya we want. You have a head of state who's looking back and saying, look, perhaps the accounts don't have money. Like we were told when Ruto and Gachagua took over power, and they said, look, we've just taken over government, but guys, there's no money. Everything was looted as we were busy counting votes and all that. What will this head of state then do to make sure you not only expedite, but you even get these monies that are in offshore accounts? I want to understand that process. How do you get it done?
I think you've talked of the Panama Papers. You've talked of there's also the Kroll report, which also exposed quite a bit of money. And for me, those kind of things tell you that the paper trail is there. This money is known where it is. And for me, it's even good because who do we owe these debts, these odious debts? It's mainly the Western powers.
Yes.
So if we call the Western powers and said, okay, we agreed this money was taken from your nationals, was illegally borrowed. It's kept in your own economies there by these individuals. Can we have these people, can we have this money paid off back to your people so that we get rid of these debts from our books? It is going to work. And because we'll have these guys, and today, the way the country has shrunk, you just saw the other day in Equatorial Guinea, the vice president, the son of Theodore, Obiang Nguema, the son, Junior. The French have auctioned these properties and they are sending the money back to the Equatorial Guinea. So these things happen. So once you know where the money is, it makes it very easy for us to recover, because we are not saying that give that money to Kenya, no. We are saying that take that money and pay that loan. This money came from this particular source. It's a loan being tied on to Kenya illegally. Can you please get that money which is in accounts in your own countries and pay your people so that you get Kenya out of the quagmire? That's basically what we are going to do. And some of their assets are also here. If they can't clear, we auction those assets and they repay off the debt. That's why I'm saying that the Constitution is so clear in Article 40, Clause 6, that the property rights do not extend to illegally acquired property. So the challenge is to prove that it's illegally acquired. Number two, so the question of negotiating that bring back a percentage or whatever is not proper. And by the way, something happened under Haji, the former DPP, where he turned the DPP's office into a clearing house for prosecution. The right to, there's a document called the right to charge. He took that power away from the police and vested it in the DPP, and the DPP has become a den of corruption. The investigators investigate, bring all their reports, and the DPP sits with these files, either suppresses them for years, or negotiates on which ones to charge, whom not to charge. Yet the structure should be that the investigators go ahead and they prefer charges against a person. The person takes a plea. At the point of taking a plea, if the person pleads guilty, the DPP has got no role to play. You go to sentencing. If the person pleads not guilty, then a prosecution commences. But today what we have is that without the supervision of a court, the DPP takes files from the police and other investigators and decides whether to go and charge or not. And now it has become a rent-seeking arrangement where the DPP is controlling a lot of money. They even have a slash fund called something, prosecution fund or something, which when you held against Article 206, it just doesn't fly. So when we have these kind of structures, that's why you get this kind of negotiations, Lobado kind of negotiations. You saw the other day, this Nani Oparanya. What was the DPP trying to do? To drop a charge, the court had to say no.
Yeah.
If that case had not been produced in court by the time, the DPP would have killed that case. And that's why that decision to charge that was brought in by Haji must be dealt with so that we restore the powers of the police to charge. Let them go ahead and charge. The DPP has got the capacity under the supervision of the court to withdraw any frivolous charges. But to say that the DPP, without the supervision of a court, is going to decide who to charge and who not to charge, is where we are getting this. Pre-bargains must be done before a court, not outside the court system. Because for me, a DPP is a prosecutor. He only acts within the court, not outside the court.
You see, Senator, you've mentioned something in terms of the Constitution and what it provides for. And yeah, I want to look at the process within which the country would go and get all these loans. Because if IMF and World Bank are granting loans to Kenya, one would have to look at what the laws of the land say with regard to that. But one would say that IMF and World Bank do not really care about the laws of the country. They do business with the executive. And with that, then you look at the law and the Constitution, and what it says is thrown out of the window because they are in business. So if, say, today you get to power, how do you then ensure that even if you will be borrowing at the time, that it is with regard to the law and what it provides for under PFM Act, just so we can get rid of the bad manners that has been peddled over time?
I think, first of all, there was a recent development in the US, I think 2 years ago, whereby the courts in the US determined that the IMF is not above the law. It can be sued by citizens who are affected by its decisions. And I think there was a case, I think from India or Colombia, I don't get it very well, but there was a case whereby the IMF had pleaded immunity. And the American court said, no, you have no immunity, you are not above the law, you are supposed to obey the laws of the countries and wherever you operate. So that particular case for me is a redeeming grace for this kind of impunity that the IMF has had over the years, that it can be sued, it can be pursued for its decisions, and therefore, in the global economy, it's not able to hide. Although it still exudes some impunity and likes corrupt leaders, whereby it can come in and trap countries through debt and stuff like that, it's accountable. And for a country that has got a very clear constitution and a legal framework, and also this case of Ali, if you remember the duty-free shops, whereby that tribunal in Washington terminated the case because there was a plea in the affidavit of Ali that he had bribed Moi, and the tribunal determined that bribing a president is against the public policy of Kenya. So you have got these precedents that show that for you to act and legitimately bind sovereign people, you must act within their public policy. You must act within their laws. If you choose to act outside their laws, you cannot bind those people. The reason they have the law is not for decoration, it's for protection from bad leaders. So if they choose to tango with the bad leaders and undermine the republic cannot be bound to that. So the IMF has to be dealt with as an entity that must obey the sovereignty of these countries. You cannot just come in and disregard the law of the country and do things as you wish. You may have a president who wants to do that with you, but ultimately when you get to the point of saying we are implementing the Constitution of Kenya, the provision that the property rights do not extend to illegally acquired property cover that.
We all have a local role to play as well, because it's not just on African soil that the IMF goes about selling its agenda, right? Or that it's not just African countries that may approach them. But there are many a country who refuse to borrow from the IMF. They refuse to deal with them at all because there is a firm understanding in terms of how they operate. But there is an agenda for every country where this conversation is had. There is a local facilitator, just like it was during the slave trade. People say that people came to Africa and took slaves. No. There were people here who were facilitating the movement of persons from here across the Atlantic.
Sure.
So there's always somebody here who is allowed. They're collaborators. They're local collaborators who are making this thing happen.
We even had the home guards during the Momo.
Exactly. So this is the home guard agenda, and it's that home guard essentially that either needs to be taught, rebranded, or removed. Number one. But then when we also look at the jurisdictions from where the IMF and other institutions hail, there is a system that is followed. And so when you bring in leaders, it's not based on individualism, but it is those who will continue moving the vehicle along. It's not the driver, like you said, and I think that's profound. That it's not the driver that people look forward or look toward, but that it's this vehicle, that all the parts working. Are they oiled? Are they moving? Do we need to remove a part? Do we need to buy a new one? How do you get the country to move from this idea of individualism, where it is one leader who is going to come and save or destroy everything, and then you leave the country picking up the scraps? Because that's where we really need to be, moving to that place. How do you get rid of this corruption? How do you get rid of this impunity? How do you insist that infrastructure is where it's supposed to be?
I think the street is where the things are, and I think we are doing very well on the Kenyan street. You saw the Gen Z uprising, and you see, like last night, the president of Madagascar has fled Madagascar, and
went to France.
Wherever he went, he fled the Gen Zs there, who are demanding those kind of things, demand those kind of accountability, that kind of proper leadership. So I think we have reached as generational. We have reached our sort of a point whereby the questions of accountability, questions of good governance, the questions of proper leadership, questions of accountability are being taken into account. But back to the IMF, we must never lose the purpose for which they were created. They were created to maintain a certain world order. The World Bank and the IMF were created to maintain a certain world order. And that world order did not include sovereign African or even Southern states.
Nope.
Did not include that. But I think for me, when I look at these organizations, the best answer for me is when I look at Germany after the World War. How was Germany reconstructed?
Through this money that came from, money that was taken on the other side, and they put it together and said, okay, well, let's rebuild. But it was not to necessarily make Germany better. It was to grab a hold of the global sphere to make certain countries stronger.
Yes, but the German people themselves did not depend on charity. The German industry, the German people themselves pulled themselves out of that whatever mess, and they even were able to get this money out of their economy and try to push it back. It ended up in the petrodollars and what have you. So may I look at the way the Germans came out of the Second World War devastation as the way that today's countries in Africa today, even especially a country like Kenya, needs to look at that model and pull itself out, not looking for charity or whatever, but looking at enterprise and industry as a way of getting out. We need to see that we have rich people in the rural areas. We need to see thriving economies in the rural areas. How do we get there? How do we do that? We need to get our schools running. And the first thing we must never forget is that this country is not, our economy is not an extractive economy like the Nigerian economy or the South African economy, the Botswana economy or the Egyptian economy. We are largely a human resource economy. It's the Kenyan brains. And the human resource is a product of schooling. So for me, when I see the existential threat to this country, is when the schooling system is messed up. Today, there's no stability in the school system, right from kindergarten up to the tertiary level. So, and to me, that for me portends an existential threat that we may very, very soon lose our capacity to be able to use our brains to dominate this area. You have seen Kenyan industry in terms of service provision. Kenyan banks have gone out within the regions. They are doing very well in the region. They are getting a lot of dollars here. They are stabilizing this economy. We need to invest more in those kind of things and see how do we facilitate our private sector to be able to be a key player within the region, so that instead of even the government assets, instead of thinking of selling a Kenya Pipeline Company, I would expect the government of Kenya to be negotiating for way leaves with Uganda, way leaves with the other countries in the Great Lakes region, to see that Kenya Pipeline is pumping oil into Goma and dominating that hydrocarbon market. Instead of some do no gooders trying to steal it and privatize it and maybe strip it of its assets.
But Senator, the president over the weekend said all these efforts, you've talked about education, healthcare, you also mentioned it, and when I was talking about the founding father, then going all the way to former late President Daniel Moi, to his predecessor, and I mentioned Mwai Kibaki, his predecessor, and then himself, and he said, look, in the next 30 years, with all these plans that we have, because we do have a plan, we envision Kenya to be at the same level with Singapore.
Sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm not getting to this now.
I've been kicking that can down the road for a long time, but I think the time has come for us not to say about 30 years to come or whatever. We need to set deliverables. And we used to have this 5-year budgeting cycles. We must be able to make achievements within the lifespan of a government. Within those 30 years, what are the components? The first 5 years, what should you achieve? We don't wait for the 30th year. Give us the 30-year plan, yes. But say the first year, we are doing this. Second year, we are doing that. Third year, we are doing this. But you see, the way they do here is that they give us 30 years as a way of telling us, wait for 30 years.
Yeah.
And then they tell us when 30 years come, it will be a miracle.
No, they've said give us another 25 years because it looks like Vision 2055 now.
Yeah. It is going to do those kind of visions will not work. When you look at the Asian tigers, I was even looking at South Korea and the way they used the postal bank of South Korea and the treasury bills as a way of letting people open accounts in this bank and loan money to government and grow their money. Here you'll find that even the treasury bills market is ring-fenced for those who have got a lot of money. You need a certain minimum amounts of money to be whatever. There's no deliberate move by the government to say that this person who can only save 2,000 shillings a year should also be able to invest in treasury bills. Say, go and open accounts in the post bank, and post bank will be the only channel through which you shall be buying treasury bills, so that when the profits are made and are plowed back, people grow their money. Instead, you find Kenyans are investing in Ponzi schemes where they are scammed. They are trying very hard to invest. They have no tools of investment. They have no tools of growing new wealth. So those are the areas we need to crack our minds on and see how do we make Kenyans grow wealth from what they have.
And As you talk about how Kenyans grow wealth, Senator, there is the aspect of Kenyans themselves buying into what it is you're saying.
Yeah.
Because one would argue that you have a very great plan, but have Kenyans bought into that? Now, we talk about China. Look at what the Chinese people have done to change the economy in guidance with the leadership there is. Look at South Korea. South Korea donated money so that their economy would come up. Talk about Germany and what they did. Look at what Burkina Faso is doing right now in changing the economy. How do we change the conversation so that Kenyans themselves buy into all this and become the champions of the change they want to see? Because if we don't have that, then what you say pretty much will just be Omtata saying it.
Yeah, it will be that. But you see, basically what we are trying to discuss is what they call the developmental state concept, whereby the state becomes the main tool for developing the people. Because we never had the benefits of colonization, the benefits of slavery, the benefits of all these things that the Western countries had. So what happens is that then the state becomes a source of, it's like a collective, collecting, pooling resources and investing. The concept of a parastatal today as we have it, and the parastatal is basically what has developed the Asian economies, is whereby you collect taxes, you invest in a sector, give it to the best of your people to do what that sector is supposed to do to build the economy. So you go and you are investing in, say, a parastatal that you could talk of like in a good parastatal would be like the cereals and produce, national cereals and produce, where you want to stabilize prices and maybe come up with policies for food security and food sovereignty. And you ensure that the farmer is fully protected in terms of their harvest not going to waste, in terms of all these things. So you find that if that parastatal is given, first of all, the board is competitively recruited with targets to meet, and the management is also qualified, you'll find that the Kenyans will buy into that. Because like right now, you'll find like if you go to Kitale, a bag of maize is going for very little money because of what do you have? This middlemen, or what do you call these cartels which come in to suppress prices, buy the prices at a throwaway price, then go and sell that same maize at maybe 3-4 times its value. So if the cereals and produce board was working as it should, with proper management, no tribal inclination, no cronyism and whatever, we would not be having that problem that the farmers of maize are having right now. They would know that there's a stable price that has been offered, even if it's subsidized. They will be and the whole purpose would be food sovereignty. They would mop up this food, put it in there, put some in the strategic reserve, organize, sell this food, and when there's a shortage, release this food to the market so that the prices of the commodity are stable, the farmer is satisfied, and all that. But now we take that Kenyan National Cereals and Produce Board, we pack it with a board full of idiots who are basically political failures and people who are hangers-on and looking whatever. We use cronyism to choose the leadership. Then at the end of the day, the cereals collapses for lack of proper management, question of management. So, and this is what has happened to all our parastatals. The Asian tigers, who set up the same parastatals at the same time we set up our own, gave their parastatals to the best people. I personally has litigated in court and gotten orders saying that boards of parastatals should be competitively recruited. You want to sit on the board of Kenya Airways. It should not be that you supported the president during the elections, therefore he rewards you with a board appointment to Kenya Airways. You should do an interview and tell the people who are interviewing you, if you are given a chance, what's your blueprint? How will you move Kenya Airways from point A to point B?
This is what happens across board, Senator. I mean, we had just last year, there were nominations for representation in Kenya's missions abroad.
Yeah.
And sad to say, we had an individual who had no idea about diplomacy. It would be surprising if his shadow darkened the four walls of a classroom that had anything to do with international relations. And the best that they told us is that they were able to manage a petrol station.
Yes.
And these are the people that you take to explain or to protect Kenya's sovereignty and or foreign policy around the world. Like you say, this practice of favoritism or rewardism that you give to individuals to run key sectors in society. Is it a wonder then why you're not meeting the economic development agenda? Is it a
No,
wonder?
there's no wonder. The whole thing is scientific. If you become scientific about our problems, you will see that we are the cause of the problems. If you become superstitious about our problems, you begin blaming the white man, you begin blaming all those historical things, and you find that we are nowhere to deliver for the people. So for me, what I strongly believe in is that we must run this country with a balance sheet. We must give merit its rightful place in terms of appointments. If we want to develop, we must imitate the developed. There are no two ways to development. We want to develop, imitate the developed. Look at our banks. They are basically Shylocks. We must have banking that can allow people to grow wealth. Today, you go and borrow and look at the interest rates. You can hardly invest and move. So we must look at the West. What are the interest rates in the banks in the West? Look at even electricity. How is it managed in the West? Look at these amenities and whatever. So if we want to develop, we must imitate the developed. And there are no different scripts. If you look at even the communist countries, when they went to develop, and even the capitalist countries, when they went to develop, there were irreducible minimums that they did, which do not care whether they are communist or capitalist. You must do it. Efficiency of the economy. Even time, management of time. Things like an independent judiciary that can adjudicate the commercial disputes and things like those. So these are irreducible minimums. An efficient banking system. If we don't do that, if we don't imitate the developed, we shall never develop. There is no African way to development. That we are Africans. We are Africans. That's rubbish. We are human beings. And if we want to develop, we must do what others have done to develop.
There we go. And that is probably a place that we'll end this conversation on this morning, because it's something, because we kept saying, okay, so how? What? Is it a solution? Are there African solutions to Africa?
There's no African solution to development.
Should we do? No. There's certain things that they did. You want to be like Singapore? You got to do what Singapore did.
Not just yap around about Singapore. Go down and break down and say, okay, this is the skeleton. What did Singapore do? This is where they were in this year. This is how they got here. What did they do right?
And these are
did they hang the corrupt people?
Yes, they did.
Did they hang the corrupt people? What did they do?
They didn't borrow from IMF.
They didn't borrow a dollar from IMF. They did not.
So, if we want to develop, we must imitate the developed. And for me, there's no African way to development. There's no African way to democracy. There's no African way to anything. Human beings are just human beings.
There you go. A senator in the Republic of Kenya for the county of Busia, Okoh Mtata. It's not enough to do an hour. There's a lot to discuss and there's a lot to be covered. And so we're grateful that you do this with us this morning, and we're looking forward to the next time. Asante Sana. A lot to hear from for Kenyans, and we look forward to having more conversations such as this. It's 7 minutes after 8 o'clock. Thank you, Senator. Continue with conversations after this. Good morning.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje, kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that will reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, There is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are in our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
You have land, Dennis. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around. Why? Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning. It's 11 minutes after 8 o'clock, and this is the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this Tuesday morning, and we're getting into it. And we continue with our conversations today. Dennis Aseto, Okoh, and Dennis Okari with you on the Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. We're continuing this morning with a conversation that is necessary for us to have. Let's push a few buttons this morning. And as we do that, look, I just thought about that last word from the senator this morning. If you want to develop, you must imitate the developed. Put it on a t-shirt, put it in coffee, sell it, bottle it, and let people drink it, because I think at this point that's what we need. We're getting into another conversation today. Syrian in numbers is what we were told at some point. Look at the political reorganization and what it means ahead of 2027. Former Nyeri Town MP is in the hot seat this morning. Gojiri Wabogo is here with us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Nice to see you again.
Good to see you too. Where have you been hiding?
So you know what I do. At Chai and Mandazi thing.
Yeah.
Then I pick up a suit, come to Nairobi.
Every now and then.
City.
It's a nice suit.
Thank you very much.
So we're going to get into it today. You've been saying some things recently, and of course we see many things changing over time. So even when you're tucked away in your little nook in Nyeri, you seem to still have a voice that is saying certain things.
Yes.
So let's talk about that a little bit today. But before we do that, Dennis is going to welcome you with today's proverb. He'll tell you where it's from, and we'd love to get your interpretation of it.
Yeah, proverb today comes from Liberia, a country of 5.5 million people. The capital city, Monrovia, is named after U.S. President James Monroe. And also, the country operates with the dollar, the Liberian dollar. But let's go to the proverb today. Words are like eggs. When they drop, they break. Words are like eggs. When they drop, they break. How would you interpret that?
Immediate reaction or response to that would mean that once you've spoken, that word is not coming back. The same way when egg breaks, it's done. You can't put it back together again. I guess it also means you need to be careful what you say.
Well said. Straight.
Need to be careful what we say. Well, there are many things happening in the country at the moment. One of the things that we hoped by now would have happened is that people would have come out in overwhelming numbers to have registered to vote. That we know that there are at the very least, a new 1 million people who've gotten IDs after, finishing school last year, and give or take another 1 million who didn't get a chance to register in the last and vote in the last election. Then come about and then do this. You've said, you guys, you know what? The secret is in the numbers, Syrian numbers. So come out, everybody, and register to be a voter. Well, it's been 2 weeks down the thing, Kunjiri. And only 20,000 people have registered to vote. Is there something that's being said? Is it? Yeah, exactly. Because at some point, what we also then are able to relate you with is
Kitaeleweka.
Exactly.
Kilieleweka.
Did it?
I think so. Just listening to Kenyans, I think so. I think it did.
It did.
I think
so. Why are we seeing such few people? Are not? Is it really being understood what people need to do, or have we seen the light? What light is that? There are a number of things that we go through in having this conversation. We're seeing very few people registering to be voters. You've said that at some point things will come to, the clearing will happen. Has the clearing happened for Kenyans so far?
Syrian in numbers, everybody assumes it means one thing, and sometimes I want to tell them that actually means two different things. It means, when you say Syrian numbers, it means, all non-political Kenyans believe it means that the numbers are what make a difference. But then it can actually also mean the same thing, the other way around. Remember in 2022, 8 million people did not vote.
Yes.
So 8 million people not voting meant certain people won. Right? So there's a flip side to Syrian numbers. So if your numbers don't show up, because the problem about our democracy doesn't say how many people need to vote for you to get elected. And let me use an example. When you have a bad nomination process in a political, like now we have by-elections in November, what tends to happen is if you nominate the wrong person, most people will not come out to vote. Then the few who will come out to vote will most probably vote for the person you would not have voted for. And that's the person who becomes your MCA or your
president.
So when you're speaking about Syrian numbers, it works both ways. It works when the numbers come out, and it works when the numbers stay at home.
But what did you mean?
In terms of Syrian numbers?
Yes.
I actually wanted people to think about it from that perspective. That we are not just thinking about the fact that Syrian numbers come out. Also remember that Syrian numbers not coming out is also to somebody's benefit. So even as you're talking about, because now we have a Gen Z that has been very active and been very vibrant, and we've all been expecting for it to come out and vote. But who is this person who has convinced them that they need to vote? I mean, you had Okoh Mtata here before, who to a large extent seems to be depending on that generation, because he represents the kind of honesty and candid conversation that we've come to know them for. But who's actually getting them out? Who's convincing them that it is worth their time? Remember when you were a young person, even us when we were young, when you were the equivalent of Gen Z, you get out of home to go and vote because there's something in it for you. If you can't see something in it for you, you're not going to come out. If you don't think it's going to make a difference, you're not going to come out. So we're out here complaining that only 20,000 people have registered to vote. You'll find that most of those 20,000 are most probably not even young people. And most people who are just never registered to vote at some point. So there's a conversation, there's a switch we haven't turned on yet. Because the guys who used to come out to the streets are a lot more than the people who have registered so far. A lot more. So
can I be an advocate for the other side? Because I heard over the weekend a different conversation.
Yes.
Let's try to extrapolate what this could essentially mean. That, look, if you then underreport a number, it is sending a message. And in this country, we're so political. Everything is politics. So if what you're being told, that this is the official figures of those who've registered, if you underreport, who benefits from the underreporting? Because the argument I was hearing is, who is even vetting? Because there is a very big number, but you see, we sit here and assume, actually Gen Zs are not registering. That's the assumption because of the figures we're told. But if we then get underreported figures, who stands to benefit?
I'm not sure that underreporting is going to
help anything.
No. Because ultimately somebody is going to know. I mean, I'm assuming even you media guys, by the time you actually report, you're not just depending on one source. You're getting a source and you're qualifying it, or you're back checking it. So I'm not so sure that underreporting is a strategy that is going to benefit anyone, in my opinion.
Yet you see here, we even have a listener who's just said that why is IEBC not reporting real numbers, or people should start posting videos for these numbers to be there. She says, my cousin went to register as a voter, but she couldn't make it because the queue was long. So there are chatters now that the numbers that you're being given by the official body, which is IEBC, does not reflect the actual situation on ground. So if that's the case, then why would IEBC want to give numbers that are not truthful?
To whose benefit would it be for them to give numbers that don't
match up to the reality on ground?
I personally don't see. It could be possible. I mean, this is politics, and I mean, anything is possible. But I don't see why IEBC would be under registered. And then in this country, it's very hard to lie about stuff like that for too long. Somebody is going to come out with, even within IBC, somebody is going to come out with an figure and say, okay, no, this is not true. So the fact that we haven't had a challenge to that report means that it's most probably true. And then you see also 20,000 people. Because yesterday I had a particular place, I think had 18 people who had registered only. I can't remember what constituency that was. But then you could have another place that has registered 200. And you see, if you find 200 people in a queue, that's a long queue. So by the time you combine all the numbers together, 20,000 is a lot and is very, very little when we think about the numbers we're expecting. I think what worries me most is, yes, we want to register another, I don't know how many? 6.3 million. What made the 8 million not come out to vote last time? So
what made the 8 million not to come out are conversations on the streets, and you will hear. And even this year alone, and I've given this example of my mechanic so many times, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, but in a nutshell, what his argument was, Baba has joined broad-based. He voted for Baba. And his disappointment is this person that we've been fighting for, we've been voting for, and expected change, he's now with a person who was labeled enemy number one. And then the confusion is, you know what, at the end of the day, my mechanic job, I'm only servicing or repairing 2 cars or 3 cars in a week. Before then, I used to have even 10 cars. So people are feeling there's nothing in their pocket. And therefore, this thing is just all politics. Otherwise, itaibiwa. Kura itaibiwa tu. Nipige nisipige itaibiwa. So the 8 million, and I'm not speaking for the 8 million, but that's one of the reasons that my vote will not count after all, because it will be stolen at the end of the day.
You'd be surprised the number of people who believe it.
That it will be stolen.
Absolutely, or that it already has. You'd be surprised at the number of people who took, the word that was on podiums a couple of months ago as truth. That actually, all right, so it doesn't matter what I do, they're going to fill the debit anyway. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That it is the reality for a lot of people that it doesn't matter if I go line up on the second Tuesday of August 2027.
Then why do people complain?
Well, that's the thing about human nature, isn't it? That you can complain about something, but you still reserve the right to complain if you don't do something about it. That's what human beings do. But guess what? The person who comes in to be president, MCA, governor, whatever, is the leader of the person who voted and that who did, and that who
That's
did
it.
not.
And it could even be, you could have voted, only 10% people showed up to vote and actually elected him. In fact, I keep thinking that if we can have a lot more conversation about why we need to vote, rather than about who we need to vote for, we'd have a much higher voter turnout, because we depend on people to mobilize. Like now we are waiting for Gachagua, Matiang'i, Ruto, Kalonzo to each mobilize certain people or to mobilize their supporters. But if you spend a lot more time discussing about why, and I always use the example of estate welfare groups, right? In welfare groups, in the estate, wherever you live, you'll find that you have a group that is in charge of garbage. I mean, you come together so that you make sure your garbage is sorted, your security is sorted, your kids are safe, people are not driving beyond a certain speed within the estate and stuff like that. Because of how important these things are to us, you will find that the estate meetings have a very high turnout of people. It could be, Sunday afternoon, it could be a weekday in the evening, but guys show up. Why? Because this is important to us. You don't want not to be in the meeting and then the rest of your neighbors, your rich neighbors, say you're going to be paying 3,000 shillings for garbage and you want to pay 1,500. So you show up. So
yeah, that but then to an extent also you've seen that in that estate your garbage actually is collected.
Yes.
That your children are safe and that somebody is observing the 10 kph whatever. You see it.
But what's the
problem, the big difference here is that you've had the same crop of people in the political sphere for the longest time, and sadly sometimes garbage is collected and sometimes there's a repainting of the walls, and maybe you're struggling to make sure that people keep 10 kph. Now we're going to take it to the country level out of the estate. That's the problem. And so people are saying, you know what, maybe I'll go register if you put somebody on the podium, if there's somebody on the podium that's worth my vote. Otherwise I'm not going to bother.
So why aren't good people running? I mean, if we're saying the people who are on the podium are bad, where are we saying we are all bad? And but I always say, because I was an elected politician, I keep telling people, we are representatives of the people who vote for us. So if you have bad people, then they represent us. So we can't be pointing fingers at people and saying, oh, those guys are bad people. There's nobody who goes into parliament through a back door. Everybody in parliament is elected by someone
or
represents someone. It doesn't matter whether they were rigged in or not. There was another they didn't take themselves in.
Yes.
There were other people who made sure that they got in. And a lot of the times the people who made sure they get in are the people they go to represent. So if you are not part of the people who made sure they get in, they don't represent you.
You asked a question, why then are we not getting good people there? Because we have bad people. And I'll give an example. You have very many good people, great people with great ideas. The problem is the political structures, party structures in this country. They are the creation of these structures have been they're in such a way that if you come in with no money, and I'll give an example. I think it was last week, but one, former Chief Justice Emeritus, David Maraga, was somewhere talking to a group of young people. Maraga has always been a judge.
Yes.
It's the first time that he wants to seek an elective position as president of this country. And he's speaking to a lot of these young people, and at the end of the meeting, he leaves. They follow him. They say, "Bwana, unatuacha bila fare." Maraga tells them, "Mimi sina fare. In fact, naomba munichangie for my campaign and everything," and they all walked away because he doesn't have money. So you must have money for you to campaign. So all the good people who have earned their money in a very legitimate, legal way don't have the kind of monies that these other individuals have, for example. So you don't stand a chance if you're running against these people, because by the time you get a nomination, and we know what happens in party nominations, you have to buy that nomination. It's who has the highest bidder is the one who's going to be given. And you earlier said where the mess is and the problem is, if you have a bad nomination and it's a bad person who gets there, then people fail to show up because the good person they wanted is not on the ballot. Then people don't go out to vote. And that's the problem. It's the way the structures have been set up.
But it's true, there's a way this game is played. And every game has its rules. I mean, look, you guys are here. I'm sure you didn't start here. Right? You started from somewhere, and you worked through the system to get to where you are. That thing works everywhere, even in politics. For example, on the issue of money, there's no smart politician who uses their own money to run for office.
What did you use?
You get friends. So the first thing you must do is that you must convince other people that you're actually worthy of being supported to run for office.
These other people are the ones who are going to give you the money.
Exactly.
Okay.
Because first and foremost, you're running to be elected by people. If you can't convince some people to actually invest in your running, then what are you doing? You're going to use your home budget to go and run for office. So when you tell me that I don't have money to run for office, everywhere in the world, from politics, from the days of Rome, when Rome was a democracy, and senators used to sit wearing those togas and make noise. For you to run for office, you must get some people to invest in you as a beginning.
So
you must actually get a few friends. I must talk to Dennis, I must talk to a couple of people, and come, guys, I want to run for office.
And we put our millions now on you.
Not even millions, could be 1,000 bob. Remember Obama's first campaign was actually funded on small monies by college kids, right? So the first thing is, do you actually have an agenda or a cause that I believe in? Because if you do, then I'm actually going to put my 50 shillings, 100 shillings behind it. Do you have a structure of how that money is going to get collected? Are you accountable about how that money is going to get spent? Every successful politician, because you don't just need money, you need people. We keep thinking about the money side, but the money comes after people have come. So the first thing is you must have some people. You must sit with for example, just to give you a very quick overview of how you run for office, sit with a couple of people, tell them I want to run for MCA. What do you guys think? They tell you, you rubbish, man. You can't be anybody's leader. And most people's ambitions to run for office die there. In your friends, in the club or in the pub or somewhere. But there's some people who tell you, I actually think you'd make a good MCA. See, you guys idea me to pange maneno. You get 10 people, there's 100,000 shillings, you go to a harambe in your local church. You give 20 here, you give 20 here, you give 20 guys as sinhala. This guy actually has traction. And that's how you fundraise to do politics. You don't spend. When I hear Maraga saying, I don't have money, I'm like, boss, it's not you who is supposed to have money. When you tell me you don't have money, it means you don't have anybody who believes in what you're saying.
No, he's asked people to actually send him money.
If people are not sending him money, then they don't believe in what he's saying.
But you see, Maraga as well says...
You get what I'm saying?
The reason why Maraga was saying he doesn't have money is because of the political culture that has been there. That when you go to these rallies, lazima upange watu.
And you see, the reason...
This is Maraga saying, I will not play politics.
That is not going to succeed.
The same way legacy politicians have played politics to be corrupt, to bribe voters, to support them. And he's saying, I will do things different in this.
Then I have bad news for him.
Why does he
have bad news for him? Because that's the way
the
the game is played. You're not going to, you see, it's like going to play soccer and telling me, now, I'm not going to wear boots, I'm not going to wear a jersey, I'm not going to actually play this ball. I'm going to use my hands. You're not playing football.
Are you saying for every politician you have to bribe voters?
It's not bribing. First and foremost, these young guys are telling you, see, we created a culture that if you come for a meeting, it's actually called facilitation. It's actually not called bribery. It's called facilitation.
Exactly what it is.
But let me tell you what happens. Have you ever gone for a civil society meeting? Forget about politics. Civil society meeting. They're talking about gender-based violence, or they're talking about corruption, anything. They have facilitation. What does it mean? The people who have come are going to be given fuel to go home. This is not politics. So it's not a culture that is in politics. It's a culture that we have created, that people don't come to spend 3 hours with you and then you don't give them something. Now, it is possible for you to change that culture.
But the thing is, the thing is that in those meetings, usually the stakeholders who come for those meetings, the hope is that what you've listened to in that meeting, you're going to take it back to your community or to your place of work and implement it.
Yes.
Now, when we talk about these political gatherings, it usually is that I want to come and convince you of my agenda, and then you vote for me later.
Yes.
That's it.
Yes.
That's where it dies.
So
and that's the differentiator between the two.
Even because I'm trying to get away from thinking this is a Kenyan culture. And that's why I was using the Obama example the first time. You're mobilizing volunteers. They're walking around giving out flyers, talking to people to vote for you. You're paying for them. You in an ideal situation. That's why I'm saying there's no way you're going to do politics without spending cash. Now, Maraga started from... So when he mobilized these guys, he most probably got some people to hire a place for them. They expect to come and take a cup of tea. Because the assumption that I'm going to come and listen to you... Remember, you're the only one who knows you want to run for office first. When you decide you want to run for office, you're the first person who thinks about it. I actually think I can do a better job than so-and-so who is in office. By yourself. Then you start convincing people. You convince your immediate circle. First, you convince your family. Some people never actually get to convince their family, but that's ideally where you're supposed to start. Then your immediate circle, then you expand it out. When you call me to listen to you for the first time, I have no idea what you're talking about. So most of the time, that is where these people will tell you, natoka hivyo. But the people who you convince, by the way, people who buy into your idea are not as what do you call it? As aggressive in asking you for cash. If you find people asking you for cash when you're leaving a meeting, then you didn't actually convince anybody about your profile. So they're feeling, you actually wasted my time. So why did I come here?
Because the assumption for money,
yes,
and in the Obama case, is you are mobilizing people and volunteers who, of course, need fuel. They need to travel from one location to another, point A to point B. Essentially, what they're doing is they may buy water and they're selling your vision. So they could be going out to give stickers to vehicles in traffic and all that.
Yes.
That facilitation then makes sense. But our facilitation in our Kenyan context is something totally different. It has nothing to do with, have you understood my manifesto? Have you understood my vision? Now go sell this vision to your neighbors.
Yes.
How to get to your neighbors is you need to get a boda, then here's the fuel. You can use the boda, buy an energy drink, buy a soft drink, buy water, buy a mandazi. It helps you from point A to point B. That's how they do it there. Ours here, you ningia kwa mfuko kidogo hivi, changa. For some of those dudes who
that's a social collapse.
Exactly.
Yes.
And so the money concept then in this case is where... And I'll give an example. So the last election, there's an individual, I won't mention the name, and the dilemma here was, he's a businessman. So he's, of course, been approached by two different candidates from two different parties, and they all want funding. And he's very generous enough to fund both of them.
Yes.
So I was asking him, so when you're funding Ndu, who's running on party A, you are funding Aseto, running on party B, isn't that conflict? How are you funding both? And he said, look, my friend, like you're saying, the game is played. He said, you know what? I fund number one and number two. In case number one wins, I know I'm going to benefit. In case number two topples number one, I'll still benefit. And so his investment into these two politicians is when they take over power. Of course, he's going to get tenders. He's going to get kickbacks and all these things. So his return on investment has interest. And that's the problem. And that's where we are as a country, because if you're going to get friends who are going to give you money, and we had with these empowerment programs, we've had the empowerment programs where it is said, Rais alitoa milioni 5, Deputy President Kindiki ametoa milioni 2, then tuko na mbunge hapa ametoa milioni 1, then na marafiki wetu who we don't know wametoa milioni 10. Then and this is happening every weekend, and then you're wondering who is giving out 5 million from their bank account. You're withdrawing money to give to some women somewhere in Ukambani you don't even know. Knowing how selfish we are as a country, it doesn't make any sense.
Actually, it does make a lot of sense.
It does?
Yeah.
How?
Let me, I keep struggling when I hear people say that. We are all very selfish. Human beings are naturally very selfish. And as you say, nobody's going to remove 1 million shillings and give it to some women in Ukamani unless he's getting something in return.
Yes.
So can we first agree that wherever that money is coming from, it's going back? Second...
No. So let's have a conversation here. He said, can we all agree that where the money is coming from, it's going back? Where's it come from?
No, what I'm saying, I want us to first agree on the concept that nobody's going to put 1 million shillings somewhere unless they know they're most probably going to get it back.
All right. So
that's where I wanted us to agree on. Right? Now, the person who puts 1 million shillings knows they're putting that 1 million shillings because they're going to get a business. I'm supporting a governor, for example. And that argument tends to happen a lot. So I'm a rich guy, and I'm supporting two candidates who want to run for governor. right? Number one and number two. Why? Because when he becomes governor, he's going to be in charge of a 5 billion annual budget.
Okay.
This 5 million annual budget is for fixing roads, is for fixing hospitals, is for fixing whatever. So he's going to give that business to someone. I just want to make sure that the person who gets that business or part of that business is me. So I invest in him so that when you get into office, hizi biashara za county zingine zinakuja kwangu. And you know, that entire process, there's actually nothing wrong with that process. Huh? It just sounds bad. But in essence, there's nothing illegal. There's nothing actually wrong with that process. Happens everywhere in the world. That's how politicians raise funds. Now, why I said it makes sense, you who is not a rich person, why did you vote for this guy? So me, who is a rich person, I supported him because I'm going to get money back. I'm going to get business back. So me, I'm very clear in my head why I'm supporting Ndu to run for governor. You, who is not a rich guy, why are you supporting Ndu? What is your similar argument? I'm investing in this person because they're going to do what for you. Because once we get to that point, then we'll make very good voting decisions. The problem we have is that most people don't get to make that kind of logical decision when you're voting. The rich guys make that decision every single day because they are very clear why they're doing what they're doing. So if you're an ordinary Kenyan who doesn't have 1 million shillings to invest, but you're going to wake up at 3 a.m. in the morning and go and line up and vote for Gujiri, you better have a very clear idea why you're voting for him.
And I think that's the problem right there.
Yes.
Because you're operating in a system whereby the very first thing for which you have a law, a supreme one, it's called the Constitution, for which you have systems of government and lawmaking and law following, that kind of objectivity, that it doesn't take any of those things into consideration. Everybody's there for the bottom line. And to say that, you just said it yourself, that businessmen are there giving that 1 million shillings and they're couching it as empowerment. It's not. Who is it empowering this money? It isn't. And the people that are the audience for these empowerment things to be taking place are the people who are being bribed, and I'm going to use that word very carefully, but are being bribed with the 200 shillings that's going to go to them on that particular day to have somebody remember the person who gave them the money when it comes to the vote. You can't tell me it's anything else. Because the hundreds of people that throng these empowerment drives, the little money that they're going away with, I don't know, a motorcycle which never showed up, and this show that people come and say, oh, nimekuja nimesindikishwa na watu wengapi, oh, sijui tumeleta 1 million. You think it's for the people?
Let me ask Ndu.
Gunjiri, no.
Why do they keep...
I need you to answer that question.
It is for the people who are there.
That show, is it for the people or is it to empower the people? Those are two totally different things.
What is... And I want to go back to that same argument. I just want us to spend just a minute thinking about that example.
Let's do it, but Gunjiri, I want you to answer my question.
Yes, I'm actually answering your question.
That money, is it for show, for people to see that Gunjiri is this guy who is able, anaweza, or is it actually to put money so that these people who come for that meeting can get something through which they will be empowered?
You know, I've done empowerment meetings, even when I was a member of parliament. And you do it for both. You do it for show because people expect you to show that. And you do it because they're actually people who are going to benefit as well. And the question, I think we need, you see, first, a lot of us who don't go for those meetings, because I'm sure here nobody has gone for that meeting, right? Look down at that meeting as if it doesn't make a difference. But there's a person who lives home and the only money he's going to have that day is the 500 shillings he's going to get from that meeting. That is his job. You know, we actually have people whose work is attending political meetings.
That's true.
They wake up to find out, Leo, kuna empowerment wapi. You show up, you get your 200 bob, your 500 shillings, and that is what your family is going to live on today, on that day. Because if this thing wasn't working, you know, we are all human beings. We are all people. There's no person who is more person than the other one. So if I don't go, I shouldn't look down on the person who goes and think I'm better than them. Because the reason I didn't go is because I don't need that 500 bob. The person who went because they needed that 500 bob. So can we first start
on that day?
On that day.
So it's not empowerment.
Let me ask you, that person got empowered on that day because there was nowhere else they would have gotten empowered. Because if they had somewhere else they would have gotten empowered, that's where they would have been. You didn't go because you had somewhere else you're getting empowered.
No, because they were in Moya and I'm in Nairobi for crying out loud, and maybe
So
I was
if-
working
if-
over the day.
if-
This
who's
is
the
the
local
thing that
MP
I'm-
here? Who's
this
the
is-
local MP
This
here?
is the thing that I'm talking about, Gonjeri.
Yes.
Can we look at this thing with broad strokes and to say that in the ecosystem of governance, leadership, constitutionalism, when we talk about empowering and protection of livelihoods for Kenyans, it's not looking at the 500 shillings on a day. It's looking at the systems that we put in place to ensure that for generations, children will go to school, that you have a healthcare system that works, not for some show on a Saturday, and then by the time you're finished, you give somebody 500 bob or the promise of a motorcycle that's never going to come to fruition.
No, I wanted to ask you, that's why I was asking who is your member of parliament here. If he came and did a rally out here, would you go?
Me, Ndumi?
Yeah.
What was he talking about that day?
It doesn't, see now, you see, you would be asking, what is he going to talk about? Da, 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 da. There is somebody who doesn't care what he's talking about. There's somebody who is going to hear there's an MP or an MP aspirant outside Standard Bill gates and show up and walk from very far. And it's important for us to have real conversations, because sometimes we are speaking up here. Real conversations. Why does somebody leave their home and walk for 5 kilometers to pick 200 bob?
Because they become your slave.
No.
Yes, they
Yes,
are.
they will.
See,
You can't run away from that realization.
You see, you've given just a second. You've given an example of why Ndu wouldn't go.
Yes.
The reason is she has a job.
Yes.
Now, this politician knows.
Yes.
You've enslaved these people for too long. You've broken down every form of structure that
Why
will
do you
empower
talk
them.
about politicians?
When you
Yes.
talk, what the clear English definition of empowerment is giving somebody the independence to control something. Either it's their own resources, or maybe you've given them a skill that then will empower them to generate some form of revenue or income. In this case, you're giving this young man, able-bodied, 500 shillings, and you're calling that empowerment. Because he can buy unga for the day.
Okay. You're an able-bodied person.
Yes.
Who empowered you?
No, I empowered myself. Went to school.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Are there guys from where you come from who go for those meetings?
Yes, I know.
What's the difference between you and them?
It is because I worked hard and rose through the
So what
structures.
government and political structure got you here?
Well, the government created an enabling environment. One, for me to go to school, get a proper education. Number
Good.
one.
Which is what
So
they
the
ought to
government
do.
actually worked in your case.
Yes.
So why didn't it work for the similar person in your shoes who is not you?
Well, everybody has their own story. Everybody has their own story.
Now you've come to the point I'm trying to
everybody
make.
has their own story. But no, you can't qualify that statement to then say, to justify that, okay, this person then can go there. My point here is, so for the person who didn't, because we all can't get employment, it's the same way we all can't be priests.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
We all can't be politicians.
Yes.
But the expectation then is for Dennis Okari, who got a job, who was fortunate and got a job. There is somebody else who can't get a job. But what else can they do? Can they paint? Okay, is there an enabling environment that has been created by their representative such that they can do their painting? They will not be overburdened by taxes, but this person can do their painting, open up a shop, and be able to sell me a painting of myself. Those structures are the ones that have been
Who is
broken.
making those structures?
It's our politicians.
Who is making politicians?
Njeri.
No, I mean, no. We are going to work this. We are going to walk through this path together. Who is making politicians? Why is Dennis Okari not a politician?
Why am I not a politician?
Yes.
I give you a straight answer.
Yes.
I hate politics.
But see, that's my problem.
Yeah, I
so
hate how
you
it's
hate
been
politics and you don't get out there and get involved in it. And then some guy who is not you, who doesn't have your value system, who doesn't have your principles, doesn't mind doing politics. Maybe because you have an option, you don't have to do politics. So my guy thought, nimetafuta kazi kila mahali nimekosa.
So let me be a politician.
So I've become a politician. And then Dennis Okari, who could actually have made a better politician than that guy, didn't become a politician. Then that guy, listen, let's give me a minute here. Give me a minute here. Then that guy went to his local, convinced a bunch of 100 people who are local like him, see, you elect me MCA.
While they were having a drink.
Yes, they were having a drink. And they elected him. Then he got elected as MCA, and he came and he's MCA of where Dennis Okari lives, and will never fix a road or drainage, and Okari will complain every day.
But Ngunjiri,
what we're talking about right now is we have an Okari in Maraga who has said, I am getting into these muddy waters and I will do things differently because this is how I want to do it.
Yes.
But even while at it, what are we saying? What are we seeing? Kenyans are used to the same old way of doing things.
You know why?
Maraga is saying, I'm not going to play those games. Listen to what it is I'm saying. Make a decision of what I'm telling you, the promises I have for you and your people. How is it that what has been done before that is muddy, that is wrong, is what is being peddled today as the right thing?
Because Aseto is over here and Okari, and they are talking about Maraga as a good guy who could actually make a difference, and that's it. They're not putting money behind him. They're not putting their mind behind him. They're not going to ask him, where can we help you?
That's why he's not doing what?
That's why he's not doing well.
Oh, okay.
You get? Because all the people who think he can actually do well are watching him and just waiting and saying, man, why are people being so difficult with Maraga? Why can't they see he's such a breath of fresh air?
Maraga has said, I don't have money to bribe. I have money for my campaign.
What is his campaign?
People.
But you see, what is his campaign?
Allow me to ask you a couple of questions.
Yes,
and
please.
These are just like yes or no, and then I'll get to the one where you can expand a little bit, all right? This money that's given to folks at these empowerment drives, how much is it? Give or take 500,000 shillings?
500, 200,
okay.
Depending.
What would this money do on a daily basis?
It might not even do much. It could just buy you food, buy you unga. Actually, it's called unga money.
It's unga money.
Yeah.
Or maybe there's a school fees balance, 500 shillings, at least I can give the teacher shikilia kidogo, nakuja, pay a
and by
debt.
this, some people come a whole family, eh?
Right.
You come, you and your kids, so you walk home with 1,000 bob or 2,000 shillings.
So pay a debt, right?
Yes.
So who are the folks that are handing out this money at these empowerment drives? CSs, members of parliament, right? CSs, people who are the vanguards of policy for government, right? Members of parliament, who make the law,
who are elected by these people.
Budget, who make the they've been elected. We're done. Gunjiri, they're in parliament, right? They make the law, they make the budget, they oversight, they represent, right? This is their job. When they sit in parliament and they sit in these committees, their job, according to the constitution, is to ensure that this poverty that we see, that this money that people are looking for to send their children to school, that food prices not so expensive that people cannot even store food in their homes, that's what they should be doing in the hallowed halls of parliament every day. So when they get into these positions, what stops them from actually doing their job so that we don't have to have empowerment whereby 5 million shillings is spent on a Saturday or 10 million shillings is spent on another Saturday, which if you combine that money and you put it into a system that's supposed to be working, we wouldn't have people thronging to this place. What stops them? Let's even say fine. They bribed their way through the campaign. They facilitated people left, right and center. Then they get in, they have 5 years to fix this thing. But you know what? We're doing empowerment 3 years after an election where people have gone in. These people are there. They don't have to come and do empowerment to remain members of parliament or to remain CSs. They're there already. Let's say that they did it before and we said, okay, fine, we've gotten into a new. What stops them from making the law, budgeting the money, representing, oversighting to ensure that people don't have to come and hang on their every word to walk away with 500 bob at the end of the day, but will actually go to here, okay, this is how we're going to make things better. So even if you don't give them the 500 bob after that, they're okay. What stops them from doing that work?
Two things. First thing is reality.
Reality stops members of parliament for doing the job that they've been elected to do, which is what?
Second thing is they want to come back.
Let's go to the reality.
Reality is this. We are expecting to have 22 million registered voters. Ideally, if the system works, right? We have 7 million, approximately, registered taxpayers. And we have 3.5 who actually pay taxes. Our entire budget as a country, we have no extractive economy, we don't have oil, we don't have nothing we do. Our complete comprehensive budget as a country is funded by 3.5 million Kenyans who actually pay taxes, right? 50 million people ride on 3.5 million people who pay taxes. That's the reality that we live in. A lot of the people who go for empowerment drives don't pay taxes. Except when they're buying sugar, except now what are they called? The compulsory taxes. You're buying sugar, you're buying fuel, you're buying paraffin, you're buying something. But the way you sit down and you make money, you made 10,000 bob and you paid 2,000 shillings for your taxes, they don't pay.
I'm asking.
No, I'm explaining to you where reality checks in.
For members of parliament who've been elected to do their job.
But see, your job requires you to actually have money.
In
to
parliament?
Create, no. To make the policy. Remember,
Gujiri, you've got the job. Gujiri,
there's something you're not understanding.
No, Wambogo, come on. You've gotten the job.
Yes.
You've been elected.
Yes.
You hold the Bible. You swear that I'm a member of parliament for Nyeri Town. I will do 1, 2, 3.
And what is that I'm swearing I'm going to do? I'm going to make sure they have roads. I'm going to make sure they have hospitals at work. I'm going to make sure they have schools at work. I'm going to make sure that their living standard is manageable.
Let me just give you one example so that you can tell me how it's not possible to do the job.
Tell me.
Okay? The Auditor General here sings every day until Dennis Okari has gotten a kink in his side and talks about how billions of shillings every year go to ghost schools, as if we don't know where those ghost schools come from. This report is then handed over to members of parliament and they're told, okay guys, you can do something about this thing because you're the one who makes the what? You make the law.
So what should they do exactly?
Are you kidding?
I'm
people who've stolen money, they can retrace the thing. Can they make recommendations for actual prosecution to actually go so that you can, number one, recover the money and to ensure that tomorrow the money actually goes where it's supposed to go? What stops them from doing that?
So you do a recommendation.
Are there empowerment drives that are happening within the walls of parliament?
Let's walk this. And so I said I want us to be real. So you make a recommendation. School ABC doesn't exist. And it's been receiving 20 million shillings every month. So you need to find out, you need to prosecute someone. So the first person you need to prosecute to find is a person who actually got ABC to look like a school that exists.
Okay.
Because somebody did that.
It's in the system.
Somebody put it in the system. So you need to get that person. Then you need to find the person who has been paying. They tend to be different people. Then you need to find the person who has been getting paid. Then you need to find the person who has most probably been demanding that money. So you need to get all these 4 people and get them arrested and prosecuted. Let's even assume you actually do that. Then you take them to court. So once you take them to court, this is the entire system. So don't just blame politicians. Once they go to court, we have a very good constitution that says you have to exhaust every single process of appeal. So you're not going to throw that guy in jail. He's going to, he has money. He's been collecting these 20 million shillings every month. So he can afford good lawyers. He can argue his case forever. Right? So we are here as Kenyans complaining, how come this is not working? Because our entire system is cyclic like that. You got the guys arrested, you took them to court, they got good lawyers, and I'm just assuming everything is working. Who stalled the process?
But they've never done it for us to know.
Yeah.
They've never done it. There has never been a prosecution and or arrest over discrepancies that have been found in an Auditor General's report since the days of Eddie Okoh. It has never happened. There have been recommendations.
How many elections?
Has never been.
How many elections have there been?
And my question is, why has there never been? You've been a member of parliament.
Yes.
Why has that never happened? Do you know how many billions of shillings have been lost? Do you know that today...
Who told us it used to be 2B every day?
Wait, the person who was in the party where you were a member of,
my party leader.
Exactly, your party leader is the one who told
President
us,
of the Republic.
isn't it? So he must have known something. Today, do you know that let's not even talk about before 2025. Today, children are owed 4,700 shillings from capitation. The term is over. We've not paid them. Nobody's going to ask.
Next year now.
Nobody's going to ask, where did that money go to? How are we going to make it back? Places where you sat. So don't tell us about empowerment and how these things, the money that was there, it was budgeted for, money that was not lost, taken, where did it go? Who is asking the questions? Before you want to now come and make it look better by handing 500 shillings to people at a rally, where did the money go? Try and tell us that you have failed rather than not try at all. Do I sound like I'm getting upset? That is because that is where Kenyans are. And if you're not upset, then we have a problem.
But they are not registering to vote.
There has never been.
You see, now my problem is this.
There has never been. And I'm asking.
Yes.
Let them not even register to vote.
Why?
Now, no.
How are they going to solve the problem?
It's a scenario that I'm painting here. Let them not even register to vote. But let's say, guys, can you even deal with the issues that have been there before? They've never been dealt with, Gunjiri.
Fair enough. And since they've never been dealt with, I'm assuming when we go into the next election, we're going to scrap the entire parliament and elect good people in.
Oh, God. Okay. Uh-huh.
That's my assumption. Since we are so upset about how these members of parliament are behaving, and we are so angry, and we know what they should be doing, the next election, we are all showing up, we're removing them and putting good people.
Well, that's going to happen.
That's my assumption. You know, Dennis, we're going to meet here in 2028, and we're going to have this conversation, or 2029.
Yeah, Gujeri, I've always voted. And I'll tell you.
I'm not saying you.
No, I'm saying.
I'm saying
voted,
Kenyans, yes.
And the people have voted for.
Yes.
Here's the disappointment. Gujeri will come today to me. We'll host you here. And you'll articulate yourself. You can smooth talk your way out of anything. But then you'll say, this is my manifesto. This is my vision. And I may know you from where you're coming from and say, okay, Gujeri is a genuine person. He means well. The minute you get into parliament, tables turn. Everything changes.
It's the Kool-Aid.
We have so many examples. We've hosted members of parliament here who say the moment they got in, they realized that place is like a cult. If you're not part of that cult, you're ousted. You're on the out. To even pass a bill, because you can't go there to represent your people, and you're saying you genuinely want to represent your people. You want to have a motion. For you to even get support and even a quorum in parliament, you must bribe your way. Every person comes in. You've been there. Somebody will ask you, okay, what is in it for me? That is the kind of environment we're in. So it's not necessarily you as an individual. It's where you're going and the culture you find there. The people have decided, I'm not going to be part of that culture. I'm going to do good. We've had governors in this country who've governed their counties and they have set templates. Yet you have 46 others. So you're looking at all these other people. What are they doing? And all these people, when they're going to get elected, they had proper manifestos.
True.
We had the plan by
some of
UDA. Yeah, and we were promised we're going to have stadiums, we're going to improve healthcare, we're going to improve education, none of these empowerment things we were told. The Nyota Initiative was not part of that plan. But today we have 5 billion that is being set to give to 800,000 youth. We don't even know where these 800 youth are coming from. We are not setting up structures within constituencies or even counties that are going to ensure, instead of me giving you that 1,000 Gujeri, how about I set up a social hall? How about I set up structures that then you can use your skills, digital skills, maybe lower the cost for accessing internet. Think about those kind of things that then you don't need to come back to me. The next time you'll see me is after 5 years. Did I perform or not? But this thing of every weekend you have to show up in my church. Every Saturday you have to show up in a funeral somewhere or a wedding somewhere. You have to show up on my face every time. It is because, for me to remember. And you
politics is very present.
It's because there's something else you're hiding.
Not necessarily. And I will keep saying you're playing the game as it is. When that plan was being given to you, it was most probably given to you in an empowerment program. When that plan was being explained to you, you are most probably in a forum where you actually got 500 bob.
So it's designed. So what you've admitted
you see what I'm saying?
What you've admitted to is that it's a design to keep people
from the very
controlled, like Okari
from the
said.
very beginning of where you are actually explaining your manifesto. You are most probably explaining your manifesto to a group of people who you still gave 500 shillings after you explain your manifesto.
So, Ngunji, are you saying here that the political class has never thought of service delivery to the people? But
there is nothing like a political class.
There is nothing like a political class.
Nothing like a political class.
I think there's a bang
Today, let me tell you.
These conversations.
Let me tell you why I say that. The day Dennis Okari runs for office and gets elected, does he become political class?
Well, apparently there's some Kool-Aid that everybody drinks when they get into the thing.
So does he become another animal? Do you get what I'm saying?
Did you?
That's what I'm asking. Did I change? No, I didn't. Why I say there's nothing like a political class is because a political class is part of the society in which you're living. And you're in it. Like now, I'm not an elected member of parliament, right? 3 years ago I was. 3 years from now I might be. That thing, that wave that moves Ruto from civilian, Uhuru is a civilian today. Is he a member of the political class?
Yes. He's a party leader
of Jubilee.
Of your party.
He belongs to a cabal of individuals who would sit down and agree on how we will sit together to maintain power, to protect our interest. Therefore, my question is very simple. when you get to power and you are there to serve the people, to represent, are you thinking about making it better for the Mwananchi, or how I am getting back to
But he
power?
already told you that they're thinking about how they'll get money back.
How they'll get back to power, how they'll get money back. Why? Because all of us are selfish. My only problem is that the people who vote are not being selfish.
Okay.
Actually, I want the people who vote to use the same logic that the business person uses.
Okay.
When
Think
you're
about
going to
yourself
vote,
first.
think about yourself first. Put someone in office who is actually have a very candid conversation. I'm going to vote for you. What are you going to do for me? That's the conversation we need to have all the time.
Gunjiri Wabogo is former member of Parliament, Nyeri Town. He's been with us this hour. Okay, guys, it's 3 minutes past 9 o'clock. More conversations. Gunjiri, thank you for joining us this morning.
You're welcome.
Talk again. Keep it moving. 4 minutes past 9.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Region enters its second day today. The president is expected to visit Kitui County, where he'll launch various development projects, including road projects, water dams, and power projects. During the visit on Monday, the president urged Kenyans to avoid baseless politics while criticizing the opposition for continuing politics of empty words without development. Ruto's visit is facing strong opposition, with MPs in the areas boycotting his meetings because they're associated with the opposition.
Tuache siasa ndogo ambaye haitusaidii. Siasa ya ukabila, siasa ya chuki, siasa ya kugawanya watu, siasa hiyo. Watu wengi hawa ambao wanazurura kutusumbua, wanatusumbua kwa maduka huko, wanaongea mambo ya ovyo. Hakuna kitu wanaongea. Hakuna haja hii ugomvi kidogo kidogo. Kama wewe ni kiongozi na uko na sera na mpango tofauti bora kuliko hii yetu, tueleze. Usiseme ati mpango yako ni kuja kuondoa affordable housing. Sasa hiyo ni ujinga.
And the Independent Policing Oversight Authority has condemned the growing cases of violence and hostility directed at members of the National Police Service by sections of the public. In a statement, IPOA said it was deeply concerned by recent incidents in which police officers were assaulted, police property destroyed, and lives lost. IPOA chairperson Isaac Hassan cited attacks at a state house, Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, and Kiganja Police Station in Gatundu, Kiambu County, as examples of what it termed a worrying trend. He said such actions not only endanger police officers but also did undermine efforts to maintain public safety and order. The recruitment exercise for the KDF enters its second day today, with some of the places it's expected to take place is in Bungoma, Busia, Elgeyo Marakwet, Garissa, Homa Bay, Kajiado, Kericho, among other regions. Now, Defense Cabinet Secretary Soipan Tuya has called on members to ensure, or any person who would love to participate in the KDF recruitment exercise, to ensure they do not pay bribe to the ones who are conducting it.
KDF recruitment is open, the KDF recruitment is transparent, and any attempts to influence the process by any party involved, be it parents, guardians, or candidates, will result in automatic disqualification and subsequent prosecution. The integrity of the process is therefore non-negotiable. Let me reiterate once again that recruitment into the KDF is free of charge. We do not ask for bribes, we do not take bribes, and we do not give bribes. Anyone doing any of these things is a criminal and should be treated as such.
And in the international scene, the death toll from flooding in central and eastern Mexico has risen sharply to at least 64, with another 65 still missing. The head of Mexico's civil defense, Laura Velasquez, said the flooding caused by intense rainfall was focused mostly in the Veracruz, Hidalgo, and Puebla states. President Claudia said that thousands of troops as well as boats, planes and helicopters had been deployed to assist in the rescue operations. That's the Newswire. I'm Leo Baga, and remember to continue enjoying the EPL marches across our radio stations. That is Berur, Radio Maisha, and right here on SpiceFM.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who were initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell you, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't, let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
You have land, Dennis. Yeah. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
Yeah. If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around.
Yeah,
Why? Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who were initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell you, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't, let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Must do.
Like now you abandon, of course, the narrative of Wheelbarrow, Mutomjengo, Mamamboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion to service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit, it's in itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Hiya, it's 11 minutes after 9 o'clock, and we continue the conversation this morning. We've had to use a couple of fire extinguishers in the studio this morning because what? And this is what we are looking at. This is the situation. It's real. It's right here. And why we continue to have these conversations is for us to be aware of what's going on and then make decisions. It doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter what part of the country or what social strata you find yourself, what part of the social strata you find yourself on. It affects you. It affects me. It affects everybody. And so let's talk and let's make it real. So we're getting into a conversation this hour, and we're going to do it with you. Lydia's going to tell us what that number is in just a second. But we're opening this conversation to have it with you today. But we're coming off of the stars seem to be aligning.
Yes.
And when we say stars, you'll understand that in just a little bit, because when this empowerment that we're talking about, this empowerment that seems to be, spreading its wings around the country, what exactly it is that we're talking about. Dennis?
Yeah, so to the political class, as they are moving from one point of this country to another point, from one county to another county, from constituency to constituency, targeting different groups, the idea here is we are coming to empower you. And therefore, we have come with these monies to empower you. And so if it is a chama, it's a group of women, we're giving you 10,000 or 20,000. If you subdivide that amount of money, each person or individual then gets maybe 1,000 shillings. But to them, that's empowerment. So they've come up with different projects, different plans. So we have the Hustler Fund. And early this morning, I tried to after many days of trying to get access to this fund, finally managed, but I can only get 100 shillings, okay? So we have the Nyota Fund. And how much, again, are we talking about? Is it 5 billion?
Total 13.6 billion.
13.6 billion. 13.6 billion. All this is money coming from where again?
The World Bank.
Yes. So the World Bank is giving 13.6 billion Kenya shillings towards this project. Now, the project is called the Nyota Project. To empower, the other figures here, I'm seeing 800,000, the figures a million. So Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs, the Creative Economy and Sports, Ali Mvurya, says the national project is seeking to tackle the significant challenge of youth unemployment. And let's just talk about that for a minute. So there is a challenge of youth unemployment and other challenges. And this is through skills training, entrepreneurship support, and they want to give this money. So the 820,000, he said, the project targets 820 vulnerable youth aged between 18 and 29 and up to 35 years for persons with disabilities across 4 levels of education. The question we are asking this morning is a very simple one. First, have you tried to access these funds, whether it's Nyota or Hustler Fund? And has it really empowered you? Because it's all under the umbrella of empowerment. So we're coming up with an empowerment program so that there will be a difference in your life and in how you do things, and especially to the young people. So do you believe that this fund is really to empower you, and how, if you believe so?
The question is, is it there to empower you, or is it there to have you as a slave? That's the question.
Because we've been told by Ngujeri here, who's just left the studio, that look, there are people who wake up in the morning, they don't have anywhere else to go. All they do is do a game of timing. So where is the next rally? They come and show up. They expect the 500 shillings or the 1,000 shillings. So all these monies that are being collected by the politicians and donations from friends in the name that, okay, the president has given this much, the deputy president has given this much, so CS so-and-so has given this much, and then our friends, we are coming with this money to empower you. And the target mostly is youth and women. So we are coming to empower you. The question is this really, really empowering? I'm curious to meet somebody who's actually received money from Hustler Fund or even from Nyota. Maybe, like we say with Shah, there may be success stories. We don't know. So it will be interesting to find out. So when you got that money, did you open up a business? What did it do for you? Is this money really geared towards empowering you genuinely?
I guess that is the question. And then you're going to have to look at these things in reality here, because when you talk about an empowerment fund or when you talk about empowerment activities, the assumption is that look at what civil society does when it does come to empowerment like this, is that usually there is seed capital that's given, or just seeds itself. You put it in the ground, it grows. You get parent seed, you keep it, you sell the rest, and you continue.
Yes.
So that's how you get into a system whereby you don't have to go back to your source, but that you push yourself on and continue going. Are we seeing that these things are actually happening? They are called empowerment drives. And let's see what happened. There were empowerment drives in Western Kenya. They happened in Central Kenya. They happened in Western Kenya, Nyanza region. We understand that this week they're going to Kambani, whereby roads are even even being, paved, and it's like, this table, it'll be smooth as a baby's bum. It's going to happen. So now those empowerment drives will take place, but are people actually benefiting from these drives? Not that you get 500 shillings to buy food on that day, but that you see something that will help you with into the future. You tried to get onto the Nyota program this morning.
Yes, I did.
And what did they tell you?
Well, it told me to wait for the next announcement, and how to get into it is very, very simple. Star 254 hash. So you guys can also try it, see what you get. So once you dial that, so there's first the Hustler Fund, then there's Women Enterprise Fund, then there is Nyota Project. So if I go to Nyota Project, which is option 3, then it tells me, welcome to Nyota Project, empowering youth with opportunities. Because what we've been told is the whole idea and the funding from World Bank, which is 13.6 billion, is funding that is potentially going to help youth unemployment and and fix other social issues. So this unemployment conversation and access to these funds. So I select track. That's option 1. Then I select business support. So for most people, it's business support. So you want to start a small business somewhere. You want to start Uzamboga. You want to get a boda, whatever it is that you want to do. Think small scale. So you want access to start something small. So business support, option 1. The moment I do that, I get a message, thank you for your interest in the business support track. The application window is now closed. We will notify you when the next phase opens. I don't know whether that's the same thing with you guys.
I've not tried yet.
I actually just went through the terms and conditions before you actually get to have that. And in the terms and conditions, you get an entire document that will now talk about the awareness of the project, Nyota Project Assistance, job opportunities. It's a lot.
Okay, so essentially what we're saying in this first tranche, 50,000 shillings will be given to 100,000 people, which it comes to a total of 5 billion shillings.
Yes.
What you're then able to do with that money, I guess it's up to you to start a business, to do something, fill a gap. But essentially what it is that it will empower people. Have you been able to try and have you been empowered? What was your question, Mr. Okari?
Have you tried to access these funds? Any of these funds?
Yeah.
It could be Nyota Fund or even Hustler Fund. We really want to understand because all these funds are essentially geared towards empowering.
Yep.
And we're trying to define what empowerment then means. So if you have access to the funds, you've withdrawn that money. Have you used that money for something meaningful or starting a business?
And how
what
has
did
it helped
do?
you?
Exactly.
All right, let's talk, folks. The number is 0732 142 650. That is 0732 142 650. Let's hear from you this morning. Let's keep it real and let us know what exactly it has or has not helped you with. Do tell us where you're calling in from as you do. Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm very fine.
Please tell us, first of all, can we have you turn down your radio so we can hear you very well? And then let us know your name and where you're calling in from.
Yes, I'm calling from Kisumu. My name is Calvin.
Yes, Calvin, tell us. Is this an empowerment program? Have you benefited from it?
Not yet. I haven't benefited from it. But another perspective would be, this is just an avenue for the government to loop in young people. Because as we all know, the government now, as we speak, young people are not for this government. So this is an avenue to loop in and to bribe them so that they can be voted in for the second term. So personally, this money could be taken somewhere else, could be given to lecturers who are striking on right now, and we should empower our teachers as well, other than taking money to avenues that does not help. To me personally, I believe that this is an avenue to bribe in young people for 2027 campaign. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks, Calvin. Thanks for that insight. We'll take more of your calls this morning, 0732 142 650. Let's hear from you this morning, because it's interesting that folks say, well, here we are. It's an avenue for people to be bribed, but that money is actually not going to go to people this morning. Let's hear from more of you. Talk to us on 0732 142 650. Tell us your name and where you're calling from. Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning.
Morning to you.
Yes, please tell us your name and where you're calling from.
My name is Mohammed Fawz. I'm calling from Kitale.
Yes, Mohammed.
I'm seeing you're doing a good job.
Asante sana, sir.
For me, this empowerment, I think it's just a vocabulary. For me, maybe I can say it is women. Yani, it is an empowerment program.
Empowerment?
Yes.
Okay.
For me, I can say it is an empowerment program because I heard Dennis Okari saying, like, he hates politics. Most of Kenyans have lost touch with the political class. But the political class, the people we hate, are the same people who are rolling the programs. The World Bank is the one funding the program for youth empowerment. And the same thing you see, we as Africans, we have problems with the colonial masters who are taking, who are giving us the empowerment at the same time. So for me, I see like what you are saying, it is kind of an enslavement. For me, I take it as that. Thank you.
Okay, Mohammed, so empowerment, according to you, is enslavement?
No, I'm not saying, what I'm saying is empowerment should be something that comes from the people themselves. It's something that is driven by ourselves. But like you see, when you talk to the Mheshimiwa who was there, we were looking at the people who are funding the voters. Then we went up to who is funding the political class. He was unable to explain who is funding the political class. So it means when it reaches a point, we can't explain the hand behind who is funding our political class, who is now funding us, but we know we've lost faith with the political class, and they are the same people who are rolling these programs. Then we see we have, like Africans, you can see people talking of Pan-Africanism, Africa should rise up against the colonial masters. But we see the same institutions which are kind of colonial driven at the same institutions that are funding the programs to empower the Africans again.
I hear you.
My only problem.
I hear you, Fawz, and thanks for those thoughts this morning and for sharing those with us. Let's hear some from other callers this morning. Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Please tell us your name and where you're calling from.
My name is Steve Mwangi. I'm calling from Nairobi.
Yes, Steve, what are your thoughts around this? Is it empowerment?
I want to concur with the person who has just said is an enslavement an enslavement, because I don't think the governments all over, it should be creating environment for people to be, for people to be able to invest. But it cannot be able to give 5,000 or 50,000 and call that a business and an empowerment. What they should do, in my opinion, is to create an environment whereby few people get the money, they invest, and they employ or they engage the other citizens. But the government will not be able to collect taxes or get these grants they're getting from the World Bank and say they can go to empower the whole nation. It's not going to be possible, because they are relying on the money that they are being given or the taxes that be able to tax people. So I would think, and again, the other thing is there are no programs to support the people who are being empowered. So apart from giving money, how does the government follow up on that money to know that the money was put in proper use, and also the person was able to be able to put that money into a good account for that finances? So for me, I don't think it's the best way to go.
Good question, Steve Mwangi. Thanks for your comments this morning. Let's hear from some others. Of course, those are grounded ones this morning. Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning. Yes, good morning. Please tell us your name and where you're calling from.
My name is John Ekimwere, and I'm calling from Nairobi.
Yes, John, what do you think about the empowerment programs? They working? No?
It is not working according to me. It is just a plot by the political class to hoodwink Kenyans so that they can be voted in the upcoming elections. Because You can't just something like a bribe. Yeah, it's not empowerment. Yeah, because you can't empower me with around 500 shillings. I can't do anything with around 500 or 200 shillings. It can't help me anywhere. For example, the Nyota program. You see, they're saying that they're giving every youth around 50,000. Doing business in Kenya is very difficult.
Not every youth even, just 100,000 so far. But please carry on.
Yeah, see, that money is very little money. Yeah, it can't do anything. Yeah, it's not helpful to the ordinary Kenyans.
All right. We hear you, Joe. Thanks for calling in this morning. Of course, your thoughts make sense for a lot of people. We'll hear from more this morning. Let's hear from Blackwater calling in from Mombasa. Good morning. Hey, Blackwater, how are you?
I'm doing good. How you doing today, guys?
Doing all right. Thanks for calling in. Let us know what your thoughts are around this whole empowerment.
Let me tell you, I like the way the guy said this is what you call it, empowerment. It's not empowerment. It's empowerment. Empowerment is when you say free education. All right? Empowerment is when you create a conducive atmosphere whereby people can go and get loans at a low interest rate to do some business. Remember, there's a saying that says, teach me how to fish. Don't give me fish. So right now, this is just empowerment, and we know it. It's just a gimmick, you know, how to get votes. It's just a gimmick, playing with the emotions of the common man. That's all they're doing. It's very sad.
I hear you, man. And these are the thoughts, and this was coming out. Blackwater, thanks for tuning in. Always sharing your thoughts with us. Asante sana.
All right, I'll be there.
Cheers. Let's also hear from Maggie, calling in from Vihiga. Maggie, good morning.
Mzuri sana ni Shosho wa Vihiga huyu.
Shosho, good morning. How are you?
Mzuri sana.
Hebu tuambie sasa vile unafikiria juu ya hii empowerment Nyota kwanza.
Empowerment hii ya Nyota mimi nimefurahi sana. Kwa sababu hata mimi nimeambia mjukuu yangu, wewe chukua hii pesa tuweke biashara ya kuku. Tutengeneze kuku hapa, uwe ukipata ndani pesa. Na ule mtu mwenye amekupatia ndoano ya kutoa samaki, na ule mwenye amekupea ugali ya siku ya leo, ni mgani mzuri? Serikali imefanya mzuri, hata kama tunasema ni ya World Bank. Mimi saa hii nimepewa samaki ya World Bank. Ukiona kwa kidimbi yangu inacheza ni kama mtu anacheza disco. Mwana ninalisha samaki, nitatoa ndani pesa. Tufunze watoto wetu ukulima. Sasa mtoto kama amefika class 7, amefika class 8, anaweza enda fanya ofisi gani? Anaweza fanya kazi gani ya muhimu? Si ni kazi aingie kwa shamba tukule. Kwa sababu Mungu alisema ninampa nchi wanadamu. Muingie katika hii udongo, mkule ndani mpaka wakati mtarudia mimi. Na sisi tumekeuka sheria ya Mungu. Na tena tukirudi baba, hii Kenya tuitengeneze. Kwa sababu tunaambia na Biblia, njooni tusemezane. Asema Bwana majeshi, damu japo kwa nyekundu kama damu, itasafishwa nyeupe kama theluji. Waacha watoto wapewe hii Nyota. Hata mimi nikae hapa na mjukuu yangu nimfunze vile tunafuga kuku. Ukifuga kuku 300 utatoa shilingi 100 na kitu kwa mwezi. Mayai. Asante sana watoto yangu. Mungu awasaidie kwa studio. Umenipea maneno mzuri, ni Joshua Vihiga huyu. Nami nafunza vijana wajifunze kutoa samaki. Asante.
Asante sana Shosho. Okay, Shosho says wacha watu wapewe nini? Wapewe Nyota. Okay, sawa. So I guess what? Look, she has a point at some level, isn't it? Doesn't she? Let's have some other calls. Not to forget that number this morning, 0732-142650. Hello, good morning.
Good morning to you.
How are you, sir?
I'm very fine.
Please tell us your name and where you're calling from.
My name is Moriarty.
Yes, Moriarty.
Moriarty is the CEO Youth Fund.
Okay, yes, sir. Good morning.
And I've listened to the conversation this morning, and I thought I should also give my contribution.
It would be lovely to hear from you.
Well, Nyota program is, we are in the same State Department, and it's a World Bank funded program. And it is a very good program for the young people. I've listened to some of the comments from the young people indicating that it's employment.
Mm-hmm.
Some are not very sure if really government is serious in terms of empowering young people. So because of those reasons, I thought I should come in and advise the young people that the program is well intended. The money is there for the young people. the 50,000, I want to assure you, 50,000 is a lot of money for the young people. I can tell you because we have been in this space for some time and we understand the challenge that young people face. The main challenge that young people go through basically is lack of funding. There are young people who even want 1,000 a day to fuel their motorbikes, to fuel their stock, so that they are able to do business in that day. So 50,000 for 100,000 young people, I tell you, is a lot of money, and it has an impact in the business of a young person. So
how Bwana CEO, of course, in terms of questions that are coming from folks, 100,000 people is not even a fifth of the population of Nairobi, for example. How do you pick and choose who gets it, who doesn't get it? And then how then do you make sure moving ahead that you're able to manage and follow up to ensure that it actually is empowerment?
Now, one thing is that, look at 100,000 as supporting 100,000 families in Kenya. To us, that's a very big number. Actually, if you support 20 young people, these 20 young people are able to engage about 5 or more other young people, in their businesses. So the effect is not only for the 100,000 young people who are directly benefiting from this program. It has an effect for the others who rely on that small business that is being established. I tell you, in Kenya, you can begin a kinyozi business, and you employ more than 5 young men. Really, they are able to make money, and they are able to be kept busy within that period of time. So 50,000 is not a small amount of money. Actually, it's a lot of money for the young people. I can tell you, we have dealt with young people here who would not even want 50,000. They just come to us wanting 20,000 so that they are able to establish a small business. So it's a big project, and it's good for the young people of this country.
Bwana CEO, question is, the young people you're talking to are the very same young people who have been party to our youth fund, Hustler Fund. And with all these funds, there is no clarity on where they are. So right now we have a new fund called Nyota Fund, and it has been said it is there for them. But they're asking the question, how different is this from all these other funds that have been there before?
Actually, the beauty of this country is that we have so many funding systems for the young people. Now, Dennis, Aseto, look at this. 100,000 Kenyans get money from the Nyota funding framework. Youth Fund also, we are doing our own funding up to the age of 35. We have also our numbers. We have a fund called Women Fund. There are also young people benefiting from that system. We have other funds like Uwezo Fund, we have UNGAF. There are so many other funding systems in this country. So cumulatively, the impact that these funds are creating is huge. So for Nyota Fund to come in with that program and identifying, of course, I listened earlier, you tried to register. The registration is already closed. It's done. So now these guys are being taken to another level. There's a level whereby they'll be sensitized and trained before they are given the funding. Cumulatively, I can tell you that, all these funds are having an impact in this country, and it's good, actually, for the young people who are in it, because they are benefiting from all these other programs.
Dennis here, I have a question. Because you're looking at these funds and you're looking at a general population, because you have your targets. I'm looking at a general population of 18 to 29 young people, because the idea here is to target the young people and tackle the significant challenge of youth unemployment. I'm curious to know, apart from just giving out the cash directly, because you earlier stated somebody can open a kinyozi. That kinyozi you said can employ another 5 people.
5 also.
Today's economy, and you look at the licenses setting up the business itself. Maybe it's a solo kinyozi. You also mentioned somebody fueling their border. That's just for the day. I'm curious to know this second and third bit about skills training and mentorship and linking these same young people to employment opportunities when you're trying to tackle unemployment by giving out that money. How is that going to work?
Actually, you look at all these funds, plus the one I'm heading, we don't just give out money. Actually, prior to making a disbursement to any youth, we do what we call pre-disbursement training. We prepare the young people fully, and we disperse when we are so sure that this money will not be diverted to anything. This money will only be put into that business so that the business is properly supported. The same case to Nyota program. You look at the setting of the Nyota program, prior to accessing the 50,000, they are taken through a program. The last phase of the program is where now the disbursement takes place. Disbursement is disbursed, money is disbursed to the young people who have gone through the skills enhancement program. One reason why we do that is to ensure that these businesses are sustainable, because you don't just give money to young people without really preparing them for the business that they want to undertake. They come with the proposals. You look at the proposals, you give them support that you may want to give. You review that again. The disbursement is at the end, where you are so guaranteed that these young people will not divert these resources to anything else. And that's how we are structured. All these funds in the country, that's how they are structured.
And this is the interesting thing. Sorry, Bwana CEO, because I mean, probably the last bit that we can get from you now is that there's so many of these funds. We can name them and count them in all our digits. From Uwezo Fund to Youth Fund to now Nyota to the Women's Empowerment Fund to the Hustler Fund. Yes. There's so many funds. It's kind of like the same thing we have with education, whereby, you know, you've got the members of Parliament giving bursary, you've got the county funds bursary, you've got the President's Fund, you've got, it's all over the place. The question is, how are you able to ensure? What do you do that you will say for real somebody's life has been changed because of these funds, that surely it is empowerment? You've said that you go through the process when you make sure that at the end of the process is where you give the funds. How then do you know that this person's life, before you gave them the 50,000, Bob, and after 6 months, how did you do your M&E? How do you make sure that, yes, do you follow up? Do you come back and say, okay, you had one motorcycle today, you have 2 tomorrow, you're feeding your family, your children are going to school. How do you do that? What mechanisms do you have in place to ensure?
A very good question, This is what happens. First, all these funds are serving a particular cadre of population. Youth Fund, we are serving those between the age of 18 and 35. Women Fund are funding the women. Weather Funds are mainly focused on the disabled. Now, Hustler Fund, it was targeting those young people and women who want, low value loans to support their small enterprises.
No, sorry.
I mentioned about the 500 shillings.
Sorry, Bwana CEO. Yes? The president is on record talking about a gentleman who's gotten up to 1 million shillings from the Hustler Fund and has changed his life. It was not targeting people with 500, Bob.
He mentioned that, but that young man didn't come to borrow 1 million the first time. It accumulated over time. This funding, the way they are modeled is that you come and borrow small, so that you keep graduating. The graduation is what motivates a borrower to come back and repay and borrow again and borrow again. So over time, your limit keeps on increasing so that you are motivated to make the repayment. Now, coming to what you say, your earlier question, how do we ensure that these funds indeed have an impact? Every office in all these funds, we have our monitoring and evaluation offices. Our officers, actually, one key assignment we have for our field officers is to make visits to these young people who are undertaking these businesses. They walk in there, they see what they are doing, they give them the support that is required. I can tell you, we have reports here every day of the young people who are doing businesses and supported by our officers on the ground. We capacity build our officers on the ground so that they fully appreciate and understand the kind of support that these young people need on the ground. So the visits they make every time, the kind of business advices they give, really has an impact in terms of the growth of those businesses.
Bwana CEO, thank you. We're going to hear from more Kenyans now. I would urge you to keep listening to what they have to say. It might actually help in some of the things.
Thank you. I'm your fan. Actually, I'm your fan. I keep listening to SpiceFM. Thank you so much for what you're doing. You're doing a very good job.
Asante sana, and thank you for calling in. Really appreciate that. CEO Mureta from the Youth Fund. Asante sana for those calls. We'll take more of your calls this morning. Not to forget, the number is 0732 142 650. Tell us how you are getting along with the empowerment from this fund. And there they are already, calls coming in. Let's hear from you. Tell us your name and where you're calling in from this morning. Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. What's your name, sir? If I can ask you to turn down the volume on your radio, then we can hear you.
Yes, my name is Amos Mwangangi.
Turn down the volume on your radio, sir.
Yes, Amos Mwangangi from Voi. I would like to give my contribution on this Hustler Fund and Nyota Fund.
Mwangangi, I need you to turn down the volume on your radio so that we can hear you.
Okay. Yes. Yes, so are you now able to hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you better. All right, tell us what you think about these empowerment funds, sir.
Okay, yes. So my name is Amos Mwangangi. I'm currently in Voi, Taita Taveta. So I would like to give my contribution on these Hustler funds and Nyota funds. For me, as a youth, what I can say is that these funds is helping youth because last month we had this circle, these political circles which is going around, being led by the deputy president, and we saw many youths, border youths, and the youths who have been aligned into different circles being helped by these funds. Yesterday again, I was watching in Siaya, whereby the deputy president was leading a fund mobilization for the border people. Again, I saw a group which was well organized, being assisted by the government to keep on going. So what I can comment is that as a youth, this fund is this fund is being given to us, or else to the citizens, to those who have organized themselves to grow.
Mwangangi, if I can just ask a question, do you belong in any society, any circle, and have you received any fund, and what did it take for you to get it?
Yes, I belong to a circle. Actually, I belong to a circle known as Taita Taveta Youth, and during the contribution that was led by the deputy president, our group got 50,000. And actually, what I can commend is that that fund has helped us to grow our organization, and we are aiming to do a lot, or else to achieve what we didn't achieve because of lack of funds. So generally, what I can say is that for a person who will get, or else for a group which will get the fund, and they use that fund well, it will help them to make a step ahead. The only challenge comes whereby that fund is given to somebody, and maybe you don't have or else you don't have an initiative, or else on how you want to use the funds. There you will see we will have a circle, or else those political circles which are not assisting Kenyans. The only thing which I could ask the government, it is to ensure that they align themselves with the cooperative, or else the SME ministry, so that it can know those circles which have been registered under the SME, or else under the Ministry of Cooperatives, so that they mostly, as they come to Mashinani, they can mostly support those circles.
All right. Thanks for your call, Mwangangi. Let's hear from some other callers this morning. Thank you for calling in. And of course, good to hear that if that's helping, then fantastic. Let's hear from some other folks this morning. Taking your calls on 0732 142 650. And they're coming in like water, I'm telling you. Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Please tell us your name and where you're calling from.
I'm calling from Utawala. My name is Ishmael.
Yes, Ishmael.
I wanted to contribute to this conversation.
Yes.
And first of all, I tried applying for youth fund early this year. And I really went through a lot of challenges, and at the end of it, I did not even manage to get it. And yesterday, guess what? The other week, they opened the Nyota project. I applied for it. They sent a message. At least that day, they sent a message informing me about I should share my ward. I don't know my ward, where the money should come or where they should find me. And okay, I'll share it, but I also don't trust these things. About empowerment, the real empowerment should come through things like free education, free health, and not whatever they are doing. When you give a lady, the other day we saw ladies getting 64 shillings in an empowerment project. Is that empowerment? That is not empowerment for sure. The CEO you are talking to talked about starting a kinyozi with 50,000 shillings. I once happened to have 60,000 shillings in my account, and I decided to start a kinyozi. I'm telling you, it failed drastically. You need to have at least money that can run your business for at least 6 months for it to be successful.
So if you got Ishmael. So with 50,000 shillings,
I had 60,000.
You had 60,000 shillings. You were not able.
60,000 shillings. I decided to open a kinyozi.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, guess what? The kinyozi did not even run for even 2 months, and I was the one who was operating it. Funny enough, it really costs a lot to run a business in Kenya, because even for the kinyozi, I did not even have the license. I was just running it just like that. You see, it's a challenge. You can't start a kinyozi business with 50,000. You need like even more than 300,000, because you have to run it for at least 6 months for it to pick. How many people know that you have a kinyozi here, or you have started a kinyozi at a certain location? You see, whatever these guys are doing is just for formality. They are formalizing in formalities, and that's not fine. I think the government should sit down, look for better ways. Like, even the president is doing the wrong thing. You can't just run up and down claiming you want to give youth this money. How many youth have benefited from the youth fund? I haven't myself. We even had a group, Chama, with I guess 10 people. We tried to apply that money. Imagine we didn't even get above. The process is still on. I don't know what.
Well, I mean, good to hear those insights as well. Ishmael, thank you so much for sharing, and it makes part of the conversation to keep going forward for us to be well aware of what's really going on. Thank you for sharing your thoughts this morning.
Okay, say hi to Dennis and Denny.
They have been greeted. Sawa. All right.
You.
So let's hear from some others this morning. Not to forget, that number is 0732 142 650. More calls coming in this morning. Let's hear your name and where you're calling in from this morning. Good morning. Hello, good morning.
Not forget that number is 0732.
Kindly turn down the volume on your radio so that we can hear you.
Hello.
Hello, good morning. Kindly turn down the volume on your radio so that we can hear you.
Yes. Hello.
I need you to turn down the volume on your radio, sir.
Hello.
All right, let's take some other calls coming in this morning. As you call, do turn on the volume on the radio so that we can hear you. Taking more calls this morning. Tell us where you're calling from and your name as well. Hello, good morning. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, good morning.
Oh, my name is Alan.
Sorry?
My name is Alan.
Yes, Alan. Tell us your name. Tell us where you're calling from, and tell us what you think about empowerment programs and if they're working.
I'm calling you from Kiambu.
Yes.
There was a time I tried to apply for that program in Nyota. I tried to apply, then it went through. They took all my documents. And then there was another process where they were saying they wanted to test. I don't know exactly what they were testing, but they said they were testing something. So that was the problem, because there was no way to attend that test. I tried even calling them, and told them, they gave me a number. there was a free number. So I tried to call that number, like they can explain to me how you were going to sit for that. They were calling it a test. And I can tell you there was no clear way. I even went ahead to check online to see if there is a way to attend that test. There wasn't. So they have my document. It's like halfway registered. And this is the problem we have with this program. You have a program. It has a very good goal. The problem is there's no monitoring. There's no evaluation. You cannot tell how successful was the program, but you will still have to come up with another program and fund it, And the previous program did not go through, or we cannot tell how successful it was. They don't have any monitoring. They don't have a way to track how much the program was successful. And this is a problem because this is a debt that you are taking for the country, and everyone will have to pay for it.
Indeed.
So that is my concern.
And a good concerns, of course, Alan. Thank you for calling in this morning and sharing your thoughts around this. We'll take more calls as we get through. Do call us on 0732 142 650. Tell us your name and where you're calling in from. Good morning.
Hello, good morning. This is Daniel from Mombasa.
Yes, Daniel. Tell us your thoughts around this. Good morning from Nairobi to Mombasa. Let us know what your thoughts are around these empowerment programs.
The plan is idiotic. I'm so sorry. I'm a Gen Z. I have to be blunt. The plan is idiotic. It's underfunded. Come on. We can't have that little kind of funds to start a business in this economy in Kenya. The idea... implementation needs a lot of capital, and if at all you have to go through an idea, a business, it has to be fully funded. You have to go in throughout, and the entire structure behind what we are doing right now, there's no clear structure of whatever they are trying to do. You can look at some of the successful people here in Mombasa, because I've been to Mombasa, I've been to Wajir. Some of the most successful people here, the youths, they are very well structured. Most of them are Muslims. I'm so sorry. That's just him. They are very well structured and according to what the idea implementation, the feasibility analysis. So I really appreciate what they are doing, but it's still underfunding. As far as I'm concerned, we're just chasing our own tails for now. Thank you very much.
Daniel, thanks for your call this morning. Of course, appreciate that. We'll hear from more folks as this part of this conversation continues. I mean, so folks, this is what we're hearing, isn't it? For a lot of people, it may be a good idea, but it's not working for a number of people.
It's not, because again, the assumption is, look, by last year, our population was around 55-point-something million. Mm-hmm. Out of the age group that they're targeting, 18 to 29, you're looking at around 12-point-something million young people. So look at the scale and the numbers that you're trying to empower. The focus then on creating an enabling environment where then a lot more will benefit from the infrastructure, for example. And also there's this assumption that if you're targeting young people and you're tackling youth unemployment, it's boda, mama mboga, kinyozi, the person when anachoma mahindi, somebody at a car wash. Yeah. We are assuming these are the jobs young people want, or watomjengo, so you have housing, which is a great thing, but you're assuming our watomjengo, they're young people. What happens to a lot of these educated graduates
who don't have a job to do?
Who don't have jobs, and they're in the digital space. So what happens to them? Because the focus then seems to be, if you have a boda, you can get that money fuel. Or you can have a Sakura Chama where you have bodas, you can get 50K, build a shed, or come together, put it in a savings account. But you have people who are being churned out of universities and colleges, graduates, engineers, doctors, people very, very smart and very, very... I'm not saying the others are not educated, because you have engineers, again, who've ended up doing boda business. We've interviewed them here. But what are you doing then with that space? And then are you thinking of the future where what's beyond this boda?
And then again, you look at, fine, we're empowering these young people, giving them 50,000 bob, sour. But are we addressing the other issues like the cost of doing businesses in terms of registering a business in this country? Because I will go to buy, as a kinyozi, that single machine is around 20,000 bob. So how many machines will I buy with 50,000 shillings, pay rent, pay staff, and all these other people? So you look at what you're trying to do vis-a-vis other supporting factors, and it is not tenable to do business with what it is you're trying to achieve, because the cost of doing business is high.
It's very high, and you're not discounting permits, fees, licenses. The example that the CEO gave us of the kinyozi, for example, 50K, You need a barber's chair, which is around 15 to 20,000, like you're saying.
Yes.
You need clippers. Clippers are expensive. So you're talking about the range of 5,000, for example, 5,000 to 8,000, thereabouts. Sterilizers, disinfectants. You have to get mirrors. You have to have a shelf setup or just a simple setup.
You need water.
You need water.
Power.
You need seats. You need to pay rent. You need towels. You need cleaning supplies. Then you have miscellaneous for any other thing that you would want to.
You need licenses.
You need licenses. It's over 50K.
We were told here 336,000 shillings is by the time you finish doing your licenses and everything is what you need to operate. What was the business that somebody wanted to do? Delivery of water services for something.
Just you want to sell mineral water?
Yeah.
You'll need over 300,000.
Yeah, 336. Can't forget that number. Emblazoned in my mind. Let's take one last call before we get towards the end of this. Hello, good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
So, I'm Alex Kinyanjui.
Yes, Alex.
I'm calling from Kiharu.
Yes, Alex. Tell us what you think about the empowerment programs.
So, I don't know. It's a good idea, yes, but my major problem is on the application. My son has been applying, and he has never gotten this money. And what I've been told is that for him to apply, I don't know, he has to be connected or something like that. He has not been able to get. So I've been wondering, how those who get, how do they get it? I don't know.
I think this is a question, and it's probably one of the ones that the CEO would have been able to answer, because if people have been applying and they don't get, how do they get it? Dennis here sat with us in the morning, and he's been told to wait until the next batch. Didn't the thing just open? And it's already
But I was told I wait for a notification when it will be opened.
So, I mean, it could be one of those, Kenya Jui. So everybody kind of waits. But thanks for calling in this morning. Appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
So this is what it looks like. This is what Kenyans are saying, and this is what the conversation is. Uncomfortable as it may be, it's real, and this is a situation for many folks on the ground today, and it's for the people. It's to ask questions for people, and where is it actually taking people? Not something that sounds glossed over by government, but something that's actually going to work for Kenyans.
Yeah, and there's a caller who said we need to look back, do an audit. How has this thing worked?
Yes.
Let's look at the numbers. How much has been disbursed? What has it done? Do we even have follow-ups? Because it could be a great idea that you want to then help these young people, and there is 13.6 billion that World Bank is giving. But how much money is going to be lost through the cracks? How do you ensure accountability, traceability? You're giving these young people this money. We already have issues with Hustler Fund in terms of people then
not
paying up. So then you create another fund, and you're saying you're going to set up structures where you're going to train, skill these people. But then once you give the 50K, is it a loan that they need to repay? So how do you account for the 50K that indeed itaenda kufungua kinyozi?
Yeah.
Na ingi kumfuko ya mtu kukula. You know.
I think a lot more need to be done other than just telling us there's not a program, apply.
Indeed.
There's a lot more that needs to be done.
If anything, Kenyans are woke, and Kenyans are asking questions, and Kenyans want to know. And that's why we have these conversations every morning like we do. Dennis Ndu and Dennis with you on the Situation Room this morning. Thanks for hanging out with us, and not just hanging, but making sure that conversations are pushed to the fore. If anything, we'll talk about it, that's for sure. This is the Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation at 10 a.m. on this Tuesday. Enjoy the rest of your listening and viewing. We'll talk again tomorrow, God willing. Good morning, 10 a.m.
News from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leo Ubaga. Islamic relief